Good morning. Welcome. Get my mouth's working. Reality exists. Now this may seem very obvious and even trite. If you said reality exists to anyone, they'll go, and if you said reality doesn't exist, they might look at you funny, right? But that reality exists is actually a big deal. And we are very talented, as beings, humans are very talented at thinking about reality. And unfortunately, we're also very susceptible to getting confused between our thoughts about reality and reality itself. Let's take some examples. Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, materialist science, capitalist greed. All of these are maps of exactly the same reality. Let's say capitalist greed, and let's also say socialist idealism, just to toss that in the mix, just to get a little more contrast. All of these are maps of exactly the same reality. Okay? What each one of those is about is exactly the same thing. You know, it's like if you have if you're in London and you have one brand of map to London and you have a different brand of map to London, it's the same London that's being mapped. So if your maps disagree, it has absolutely nothing to do with there being two Londons that are at odds with each other. Now, people can not notice this fact. People can very easily, the human consciousness apparently, can very easily confuse the map, the mentally held overlay of an interpretive, let's call it an interpretive framework of what things are, what anything is, what one is, what the world is, what anything whatsoever is, and how it is, with the condition itself. You know, witness all of these, wars about religious wars, ideological wars. All of these things are fighting over maps. My map's different than yours. Your map is wrong. I'm going to kill you. Why not look at what the map is of and give it a little more attention? Instead of Buddhists and Christians disagreeing with each other and saying, gosh, these Christians, of course the Buddhists would never actually criticize them because they're busy being all compassionate. but they will, say, gosh, these poor, I feel sorry for these poor misguided sentient beings because, they're on an erroneous path of delusion. Whereas the Christians are just like, you guys are all going to hell because you haven't accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as your Savior in your heart, or whatever, right? They're not fighting about the actual condition. They're not even looking at the actual condition, even though that's all that they're actually looking at and all that they're actually seeing. It's a very strange, paradoxical situation. Look at it, it's weird, And the whole issue, the whole spiritual problem, and, no surprise, spiritual solution, consists of this very one issue of the potential confusion between the interpretive framework of what reality is and reality itself, and not noticing the difference. It's not that there's an interpretive framework that's the problem, and it's not that the interpretive framework is different from someone else's interpretive framework, or that it is inaccurate with regard to reality. All interpretive frameworks are inherently inaccurate. It is impossible to have an accurate interpretive framework, because what reality, this that is actually here is inherently uninterpretable, conceptually, ideationally, by modeling. It can't be done. It's too weird, it's too slippery, it's too paradoxical, it's too multidimensional. It just cannot be done. There's nothing wrong with interpretive frameworks, they're fine, we all use them all the time. So the problem isn't the interpretive frameworks, and the problem isn't even the inaccuracy of the interpretive frameworks. The problem is getting confused between an interpretive framework and the actuality. And the solution is to notice the difference between an interpretive framework and reality itself. Now, yesterday we spent all day talking mostly about the nature of reality and not too much about this issue of interpretive frameworks per se. So the hallmark of an interpretive framework is anything that seems to be a certain way to any extent. That's an interpretation, i.e. it's partial, it's inaccurate, it does not accurately capture reality. Because reality is every way at once. Reality is intrinsically weird, it's intrinsically paradoxical, it's intrinsically non-linear, so you can't say what it is. Reality, as soon as you can say it is like this, or it is this, or it is in this way, you're oversimplifying. Because the way it actually is cannot be said, it cannot be thought, it cannot be put into symbols. I mean, you can be the most advanced physicist that ever lived and master and invent whole new branches of mathematical language in order to describe this, and you're still going to fail utterly. Because what this is undescribable. No matter how much genius you have to throw at it, you're going to miss the mark. Because it's intrinsically not describable. It's intrinsically transcendental. When I say transcendental, I mean it transcends being any particular way. I mean, how do you describe something that transcends being any particular way? It even transcends not being any particular way. It shows up as all kinds of particular ways. It's weirder than that. It's weirder than weird. It's so weird it can seem normal. I mean, how weird is that? But all that's irrelevant. So the point isn't how weird reality is. The point is that we can hold it as being various ways and not notice that reality itself transcends what we're holding it to be. And this is the entire spiritual problem. You may recall in the beginning of that sheet we talked about yesterday, the first paragraph said something along those lines. The entire spiritual problem is about holding an inaccurate interpretation of what reality is. And the solution is to see that this is so. The solution is not to get an accurate interpretation, because that can't be done. And the mind is endlessly going to spit out interpretations, because that's what the mind does. The mind thinks, the mind models, the mind sits there and talks to itself and says, gosh, this is kind of like this, and this is kind of like that, and I really like this, and this is better than that, and it's going to continue to do that. That's what the mind does. And it's not a problem that it does that. But the mind cannot capture reality, and it doesn't necessarily know that it can't capture reality. The mind is like a team of idiot savants who are sitting there busy trying to figure out everything, and they're too idiotic to know that they can't figure out anything, but they're savants, so they're busy churning out these ingenious explanations of everything. And the problem is that there's no oversight. If there's no higher up looking at these guys and saying, well, gee, these are great explanations, but put them over there in the filing cabinet. So anything that seems to be for sure a certain way, it seems to be that you can pin it down to any extent, or know what it is to any extent, or know how it is, know the way in which it is to any extent. This is a sign of an interpretive framework. And this is a sign of inaccuracy. It's an inherent inaccuracy. It's not completely inaccurate, but it's an approximation. And approximations are fine. What's the saying? There's a couple of good sayings about that. Anyway. Well, the one that comes to mind is good enough for rock and roll, but I'm a musician, so. That's what you say when someone's trying to tune their instrument. You say, well, it's good enough for rock and roll. Not in tune, but it's just rock and roll, so who cares? And basically, this is the situation with all of these interpretive frameworks. They are not accurate. And they're fine. It's not a problem. You can use approximations, and we do it all the time. We're sitting in this room. We're having a conversation. We're sitting on metal chairs. Some of you have cushions. Some of you have drinks. Everything I just said is not exactly true. Every single thing I just said is not exactly true. It's true enough It's pretty true. It's not wrong, but it's not the truth. It is the actuality that is here. It completely and utterly transcends that description. And I could have been much more articulate and gone into a dissertation about the details of what's here and the quantum phenomena that are interacting and blah, 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 blah. And it would still be completely inaccurate. Not wrong, it's fine as far as it goes, it's an approximation, but approximations are not the thing approximated. The map is not the terrain. And that's the whole issue, is just getting that fact, seeing that fact firsthand for yourself. The map is not the terrain. And then you won't confuse the two. And it's the confusion between the map and the terrain that causes all the problems, that causes all spiritual dilemmas, in spirituality there's all kinds of discussion of delusion and confusion and being lost in samsara and being, suffering and, a separate individual. All these different philosophies model this in different ways. And then there's the great realization and liberation and enlightenment and freedom and, union with God and, all of which, again, are descriptions of the discovery of the actual condition, which is actually approximately like all these approximations. Of course, it's not exactly like it, because they're just approximations. No approximation is accurate. No approximation is true. We played yesterday with a lot of different ways of flirting with this phenomena, with, sort of feeling this phenomena or exploring different experiments to run. And one of the biggies is that whatever is present, there's more present than whatever is present, and that more will be different than whatever is present. So your personality is present, fine. There's also more than your personality present, and it's also other than your personality. Your thoughts are present, fine. There's also more than your thoughts, and this will be other than thoughts. Your field of vision is present, fine. There will also be more than your field of vision. There will also be other than your field of vision. This is universally true. You can dolly back and go to the entire bubble of your experience and wow, I've got it all, thought and mentality and transcendental thought and vibes and all the sense fields and all the subtle bodies and all these energetic phenomena. No, there's more, and it will be other than that. This is universally true. It's in the nature of what this is. It transcends itself. It has no limit. You go to the boundaries, and that's just an arbitrary circle you're drawing, and it's got an outside. And that's there too. So you can go draw bigger boundaries. and that's going to be just an arbitrary circle you're drawing, and you can go outside. This is the fact. But this is a useful fact. This is very useful in terms of this kind of experimentation, in terms of discovering this or exploring this for yourself. So anything that the attention is drawn to, anything whatsoever, doesn't matter, whatever you're drawn to, your personality, or you're sucked up in something, you're listening to an amazing sound, or you're grooving on amazing sunlight, shimmering off dewdrops, anything, doesn't matter. It's okay, that's great, that's there, what else is there? It's completely and utterly beyond that. And it's not a matter of answering that question or pinning it down. It's a matter of just noticing this moreness, noticing the moreness, and the actuality of this moreness. This is not an abstraction. It's not the idea that there's more there. There is experientially more there. Experience is bigger than any phenomena that appears in it, no matter how vast that phenomena is. It's infinite, it's limitless, it's endless, literally. And of course, that's a lot of gibberish because it's just a lot of words and yeah, right, what do you do with that? But it happens to be the case, and it's palpable that it's the case. It's knowable that it's the case. You can feel the way in which that's the case because it's evidenced in every experience. It's easy to think of infinity as being big, large, more. But it's little things are like that too. You can look at little tiny experiences, and they have a moreness to them. It is the exact same moreness that you find anywhere, and it has a texture, it has a quality, it has a flavor, a sort of a scent that is revealing. It's profoundly revealing of the strangeness of reality. And once you get a taste of this strangeness, I mean, a more immediate, let's call it concrete, sense of this phenomena, of this aspect, it's intrinsically liberating in the sense that it's intrinsically undermines our habit of orienting heavy-handedly to these interpretive frameworks. And you know, this aspect, it's felt. Reality is felt. You know, and this is something you can explore too. It's really a good thing to explore. You know, you say, I'm seeing light. Seeing is a euphemism for feeling, experientially feeling. You know, I'm hearing sound. Hearing is a euphemism for feeling. You know, experientially feeling the presence of sound. I'm thinking. Thinking is a euphemism for feeling thought. You know, any experiencing is always felt, and this feeling is absolutely direct. It's not like there's an experience over there and a you over here that somehow comes together. It's intimate. It's more intimate than intimacy. You know, and it already is that way. It's not like it needs to be found or created or engineered, or you know, you have to sort of push them together. It's not like that. It already is completely integral, without collapsing into simplicity. It's infinite complexity, but it's completely integrated. And this is palpable. You know, feel. You know, like this. Let's do some experiments, shall we? That'd be fun. Just feel the presence of presence, right? So here, experience is present, right? And feel the intimacy of this presence. You know, it's actual. Feel the actuality of this presence. It's really present, right? You can't say what it is, right? You can't get a handle on it, but it's right here. It's totally obvious. And you know, how are you feeling that presence? How is that presence obvious? Why is it obvious? How are you perceiving it? How is it being felt? You know, where does that happen? There's no mechanism, right? It just is. And that isness is the feeling of its presence, right? Just feel that. Feel the presence of presence. You know, feel the presence of vision. There's no gap. It's not like vision is over there and you're over here somewhere, is it? Just vision is. And that isness is a felt isness. Experienced. Vision is experienced, and experienced means felt. You know, just feel it. Feel the presence of sound. The birds singing, people talking in the distance, me droning on, creaking of chairs, just all this little subtle sounds. We have names for a lot of these sounds that we suppose they're just causing them, but actually it's just pure sound presence. It's like a sea of sound that is just continually present. You know, I would say you're swimming in it, but there's no separate you that's swimming in it. It's just sound, sea of sound present. Just feel that. Feel the seaness of it. Feel the texture of it. Feel the intimacy of an absolute intimate engagement with sound. Feel how you can't say what it is. It's completely obvious. It's nakedly transparent. The sound. It's so clearly sound. But you can't say what it is. How could that happen? How could it be experienced? How could it be known? But feel the richness of that texture. Even though you can't say what that richness is, it's palpable, it's juicy, it's yummy. I mean, you can just settle back in it, and it's like settling back into the most luscious hot tub or something, you know? The sensation, the sense of touch, you know, just feel the entire field of touch, you know, the presence of what we think of as the presence of our body and all these tinglings and, you know, temperature and all these various ways we classify this. You just feel that that cloud of sensation, that whole bandwidth of touch, how it's like a sort of a tingling or a buzzing or something. Can't say what it is, but it's alive. It's, you know, it breathes, it moves, it dances. But it has a texture. Feel that richness. You know, it's bottomless richness. There's no limit to how far you can go into that. You know, just into the subtlety of it, and deeper and deeper and deeper. And when the bubble of the sense of touch is present, sound just isn't going anywhere. It's in its own bandwidth. It's floating around there. So where is sound relative to the bubble of touch, the cloud of touch? Where is touch relative to the cloud of sound? They don't get in each other's way, do they? But you can't find the geometry either, can you? You can see. Just feel how rich that is, and how there's no way you could possibly describe it. I mean, you could start throwing poetry at it, but that wouldn't pin it down. You feel the presence of thought. It's always thought present. Even if you're not thinking heavy-handedly, there's a sort of a little gentle lights like the aurora. I don't know what it is. You can't say what it is, but there's always something going on in the dimension of thought, in the bandwidth of thought. And it's subtle, it's delicate, it's luminous, but it has a texture, it has a richness. You can feel it. It's easy to feel. You know, that's how you know you're experiencing it, because you feel it. You know, when you're thinking, you're feeling thought, and it's always thought present. There's always activity in the thought dimension. You know, and you can sort of zoom into it and feel it, and sort of turn up the magnification and sort of feel that whole bandwidth in it. It's very delicate. It's very subtle. Right? But then even when you're looking at that subtlety, look at how that subtlety has even subtler harmonics on it that make the subtlety of thought seem gross and heavy-handed. And those harmonics have even more subtle harmonics on them. And you can there's always whatever you're looking at, there's always more. And that moreness moves into otherness. And so thought itself moves into subtler and subtler dimensions of, you know, sort of para-thought that it completely ultimately transcends being a thought and just goes into weirdness. Right? And this is what you're always experiencing. This is just experience, you know. When we're just hanging out and you know, bullshitting with our friends, or, you know, relaxing and having a glass of wine, or watching a movie, getting all excited, or telling jokes, you know, it's the same thing. You know, it's just different flavors of this same bandwidth, and you know, all this bandwidth is always full. Thought is always full. The dimension of sound is always full. You know, you may not be paying attention to it consciously, or you may not be, you know, giving it, you know, focusing on it, but it's always full. The field of vision is always full. You go to sleep at night, and basically, you know, it seems like your vision's shutting down, and your hearing's shutting down. They're never shut down. They're always full. It just loses definition, or gains a whole different sort of range of definition that, relative to waking state definition, seems like no definition, maybe, or whatever, right? You can't say what it is. But you can't say what the waking is either, if you look closely. And when you do these kinds of experiments, let yourself notice the indescribability of what it really is. Because this is what separates the interpretive framework from reality. Reality is always exactly the way it is. It's precisely the way it is. But what that precise way is cannot be said, cannot be defined, cannot be pinned down. And you know, notice this gets quite obvious And there's kind of a learning curve. If you do these kinds of explorations and just play with this, you'll get better at it. Zoom into hearing and listen to it. You'll become an expert at the texture of what sound really is. And it's going to blow your mind, because sound is nothing that you're used to thinking of it as being. It's this amazing, hyperspatial, transcendental energy phenomena, palpably. It's just sound. It's just birds singing in the tree. But this becomes really immediately apparent very easily. I mean, that's early on in these kinds of explorations, you begin to notice, wow, the energy that shows up as experiential phenomena is really weird stuff. Light is like that. I mean, we typically go right to the content of light. Oh, I'm looking at you, I'm looking at the room, I'm looking at the trees, I'm looking at this and that. But just light itself, all I'm actually looking at is light. Light is a delightful, exquisite energy, and it has a texture. It's alive. It's a very high frequency kind of a thing. I mean, I don't know what. You can't say what it is, of course, because it's real, but it's palpable that it is what it is, and it's palpable the way it is what it is, even though it is beyond conceiving of, beyond describing, and. It's like a training. It's like a learning curve. You very quickly, when you begin to look at these things as direct energy presences, let's call it, the energy of light immediately present. What is this energy? Well, bang, right away you're off and running. And there's no limit to how subtly you can go into that. There's no limit. It's not like, okay, I get it, now I know what light is, check that off the list, move on to the next thing. It's like, light is just like the tip of an iceberg that just goes on forever. Light is like the surface of a bottomless ocean. And as soon as you start looking at that ocean, you begin to penetrate it, moving into the depths, and there's no limit to the depths. And this is true for all, call it experiential energy, what I call the radiance. It's all of this, dynamic, apparitional energy. I mean, this is all very vague, of course. It's all just basically poetry. Is right here. Okay, that's the retreat. Thanks for coming.
Hang on the lawn.
Any questions, thoughts, observations?
Yeah. Well, talking about how these things are always there. I remember one time in particular, although it's happened several times more vaguely, where I am sure waking up, I'm in that alpha state.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, sound comes in.
Right.
I hear the birds and stuff. A moment before, I'm just hanging out.
Right.
So it seems like my brain for sound, when I'm somnambulant, or whatever the word,
right.
It switches that on, and I can actually be semi-conscious, whatever that is, without sound, and then bang, they'll come in. I can speak to them.
Is it happen that there's no sound and then there's sound?
Yeah, it's almost bang.
You can explore if maybe it's a non-sound fullness that then sort of morphs and turns into a sound fullness.
Well, maybe it's a particular thing, not that much more above the norm as far as sound goes, jars me or something like that,
Sure.
or my consciousness just gets up to a point. But all of a sudden, I'm not experiencing sound, and then I'm experiencing
right.
sound.
But what I'm suggesting, what I'm inviting you to explore, is let's just call it the possibility that experience is always full. Nothing is ever missing. So when something seems to show up that wasn't there, it's not like something has been added.
Yeah.
It's more that something that was in a more sort of a less explicit state of fullness,
Yeah.
like assumes a sharper form. So it gets edges all of a sudden. It gets some definition to the point where it crosses the threshold into noticeability. And this is kind of an important point because, this gets into the difference of different states, and ultimately it gets into death. And after death, we're used to thinking of these different states as being different from each other, but in actuality they are instances or let's say modes of the same thing. So experience in the waking state is exactly as rich as experience in deep sleep, which is exactly as rich as experience in the dream state. But what it seems to be, the way it presents itself, its interface, so to speak, in terms of the forms that it seems to show up as, can obviously and do very heavy-handedly morph into these other modes of presentation. But there's nothing lost in that, or gained for that matter. In the waking condition, we typically experience a lot of what might seem to be very high definition, sort of precise delineation of this versus that in terms of, qualities that are explicitly present. And in the deep sleep state, perhaps less so, at least from the waking perspective. Of course, you need to ask your sleeping self what it looks like to it. but from the waking state, we can't remember that as anything perhaps other than, whatever, but generally a little more vague, if not a lot more vague, right? But when you go to sleep at night, there's not a sense of loss. And the whole waking experience basically disappears, but it doesn't feel like a loss, does it? I mean, there's still a fullness, there's still a completeness.
Unless you're compulsively thinking about something that you want to do, and then it's like,
sure.
But other than that, but it's a relief usually.
Yeah, and that relief reveals that it is not a sense of. It's not like, oh no, I'm losing the waking life. I'm going to be less than I am. It's not a sense of lessness. If anything, it's a sense of greater fullness or something. It's like all the boundaries and the edges and the lines are kind of blurred and erased, and all of a sudden, so it all sort of slurs together. But it's not like it shrinks or gets smaller or, oh no, there goes the waking state. Now there's nothing. It's a fullness, and so this is it's very interesting that all experiential conditions appear in a fullness and don't add to that fullness, and when they disappear back into that fullness, and when they're disappearing, it's not a loss. It's just the fullness is no longer showing up as an explicit readout, you might say. It just sort of fades into the background. Like you might think of it as like a wave in the sea. Here comes a big wave, and then the waves are gone, and the sea's just calm. It's not like anything's been lost. It's all just water. When a wave comes, there's not more water, and when the wave's not there, it's not less water. But the wave gives it a kind of a presentation, a shape, a delineation, and when it sinks back into water, it's that looking at it in those terms, it's like, well, what, it's like it seems like, well, something's gone. But there isn't any actual loss. It's the same thing showing up with a different kind of a presentation. And this is a very important point, because what this is, being itself, or presence, well, let me go to my own terminology. I invented it. I should use it, right? Go to my own bullshit. So, radiant presence is, in my mind, is a technical term for what is actually here. It's a technical term for the ocean, in terms of the ocean wave analogy. So the ocean is radiant presence. It is present. It is beingness. It is actual. And it has the potential to show up in various different ways, and that's the radiance part of it. So in the waking state, it shows up as all this readout. It shows up as sound, sound and lights, and behavior and interaction, and all, and thought and personality and emotion, and all this, all the content we're so used to. You go to sleep, it's not like there's less radiance. It's not like there's less presence. But the radiance goes into other modes. It goes into modes that are less sharply delineated, modes that are maybe more nonlinear, modes that are less apparently coherent, and so on. Then a dream may come up, and a dream is like all of a sudden waves coming up in the sea. It's not like all of a sudden something's there that wasn't there. It's just that what is there all of a sudden assumes a different mode of presentation, analogous to maybe waves coming up in the water or something like this. So, but it's not like there's more radiance when you're dreaming out of a deep sleep. It's just that the radiance can present in different ways. It can present in infinite ways. It can present as anything. Now the really interesting thing, which you will each discover, is when you die, radiant presence doesn't go anywhere. It stops looking like you, it stops looking like your life, but in actuality, it doesn't. There's no diminishment, and there's no gain when you're born. It's just a different change of presentation. Now, this is just my assertion. It's my experience, but it's also my assertion. But on the other hand, each one of you is going to find out. So check it out.
But the content, of course, seems to widely vary.
Yes, yes. The content is always. But this is the interesting thing. We fixate. Our whole challenge spiritually, in terms of these interpretive frameworks, is fixating on content as being relevant. And the learning of this yoga is content doesn't matter. Content is like waves. They're always waves, and they're coming and going, and sometimes they're big and sometimes they're little. They never stop. They never assume any stability. And experience is like that. It comes, it goes. It looks like things, it looks like people, it looks like actions, it looks like going to sleep, it looks like being sick, it looks like, getting drunk, it looks like, whatever. It looks like dreams, and then one day it looks like dying. And then what does it look like? Well, you can't say, because we don't have the after-death language to begin to talk about it with. But what it looks like is not what it is. It is that which can look like anything. What does a dream look like? Well, it looks different every instant, right? And it never repeats itself, so you can't say what dreams look like. But they do look like dreaming. Dreams always look like dreaming. And what's the waking state look like? Well, what you're experiencing now, it's never looked like this before, and it's never going to look like this again. Even now, it doesn't look exactly the same way as it did when I started saying the sentence, right? It's just continually, it's just as elusive and just as continually disappearing forever as a dream, although we don't notice it, because there seems to be more apparent relative stability and a more apparent relative continuity. I can look at you and you're kind of sitting there, and you kind of seem to have been sitting there for a while, and you kind of seem to be still sitting there. But all of that is, again, an inaccurate averaging of the fact that experientially, every instant that I experience you is absolutely unique and gone forever. In the moment it appears, it's gone forever. Just as much as if you were, flashing around and turning into birds and turning into stars and turning into nothing and disappearing and appearing. That's not more dynamic than you are apparitionally. It's just more obviously dynamic. So the waking state is absolutely unstable, absolutely chaotic, absolutely incoherent. But it's easy to not notice that fact because there's a kind of a relative apparent coherence that the interpretive framework seizes upon to say, you're a woman sitting in a chair and we're having a conversation in this room, right? Which is an interpretive framework that can be said to hold from the time this thing started until lunchtime, right? And even though every instant of the actuality transcends that utterly, and is not unlike any other instant of that actuality. So there's actually no coherence and no stability whatsoever, even though the interpretive framework can make it seem as if there is. By averaging. Yeah, you're pretty much there. We're pretty much having a conversation, or more of a diatribe, my apologies. So, but this is noticeable. You can begin to notice this ever-present fullness of experience that shows up sort of with explicit sharp edges and then maybe relatively recedes into amorphousness, but there's no gain or loss when it does this. It's just a different mode of seeming, a different mode of sort of its interface.
Here, trying to explore karma a little bit. And also, if the radiance can show up as anything.
Yes.
Can we see anything at all about why it shows up the way it does?
Yes, it's its nature to. That's most people say it's inherent. I mean, you can model that all sorts of ways. You can generate all sorts of mythology about it. It has some grand purpose, and it has some process that is being affected by all of this stuff we call experience. The experience is experience because it's doing something in its frame of reference, which God knows what that would be. The great purpose of God. All these kinds of things. And we can say that, but since again that's more interpretive framework, it's pointless because it doesn't cover the real thing. What we can say is it's in the nature of radiance to show up with infinite degrees of apparent detail and apparent virtual coherence, even though there's absolute complete incoherence at all times.
I just got a question. What did you mean by karma and radiance? I didn't understand the question.
I can't explain it very well.
Why don't you say what do you mean? What do you mean by karma? When you ask for karma, what specifically are you referring to?
So what I have in my mind is, if like the ocean, the radiance is like pure radiance, but it shows up. I mean, this is the presentation.
Right, waves appear.
Its actuality.
Right, and the wave is
like
the wave is this particular wave, which at this moment is that particular wave, unlike the other waves that it could be but isn't.
So I'm trying to get, is the wave the karma?
Karma is a word for the apparent forms that ultimately the coherence of apparent forms that seem to appear.
Okay,
you could say the patterning.
That's what I was trying to see if there's a connection. there.
Yes, and radiance by its very nature always appears with infinite degrees of patterning. And this is what karma is, and karma can seem to be karma in more formal terms when these patterns seem to have sufficient coherence to be definable or pseudo-definable, let's say, and so on and so forth. And in terms of why is it like that, all you can say is it's the nature of the radiance to do so.
Because I don't feel my karma, but also sometimes I think, well, maybe I do feel my karma because this is my karma. This is everything.
Yeah, you feel nothing but your karma. But the important point, and since you have a background in Buddhism, you understand this, or you certainly should understand it. The important point is the point of the Heart Sutra, which is that karma is actually the void. Karma is actually patternlessness. The patterns are actually patternless. And yet, patternlessness is pattern, virtually pattern. Form is the void, and the void is the form. The form is not other than the void, and the void is not other than the form. It's one and the same. And this is where you find liberation. But without erasing karma, it's the discovery that karma isn't really karma. And to put it in less Buddhistic technical terms and in more general language, it means to discover that the conditions that you are used to defining as occurring in your experience, you are you have your personality, you have your body, you have your history, you know this person, this person, and you're interacting with them, and all basically anything that's describable, which can be said to be karma, which is bootstrapped on the apparent patterning of raw experience, which seems to be patterned sufficiently that it is describable in these terms. There seems to be. Right? We are sitting here, we are having a conversation, blah, blah, blah. But then, when you look closer at what's really happening, it's not that that's not happening, it's just that turns out to be an approximation of something that so utterly transcends that description as being accurate as to render it absurd. It doesn't cancel it. It doesn't mean we're not sitting here having a conversation. It just means when you look very closely at what you're referring to, when you say we, when you say here, when you say having a conversation, you discover it's very, very weird phenomena that it is absolutely indescribable.
So is karma a residue then?
No, it's usually understood as being that, and this is the problem. It's a misunderstanding to hold karma as a residue, because then I'm stuck in my karma. It's like I'm stuck in my history. I'm stuck in my. Well, I'll explain to you. This is what I'm saying. You're apparently stuck in your life. You're apparently you. You're stuck being you. You've always been you. You're going to continue to be you. You have your general body. It's more or less the same as it was yesterday, and it's going to be more or less the same tomorrow. And you have your patterns of engagement, which are going to continue. People that recognized you yesterday are going to probably recognize you tomorrow, and so on and so forth. And all of this stuff seems to be playing out in a more or less protracted soap opera or whatever, right? And this is the ordinary idea of what would be called karma or residue. It's sort of a long chain of events that you're stuck in. And what I'm saying is that it's not that that's not true as far as it goes. It's describably true. Yeah, sure. I am Peter Brown, and I have all the facts and figures that you could say about me and my life are relatively true. Sure. Yeah. I live in California, and I know such and such people, and they know me, and blah 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 blah. Just the whole deal. But, and again, it's not that that's not true, but it's not the whole truth. So that's a little opening. It's not the whole truth. So then you begin to look at, well, what is this not the whole truth? So if there's more than that that's not included in that story, what is it? And you begin to look at that, like we've been playing with today, these kinds of experiments. You look at the way in which things are more than that description, and you discover, wow, yeah, they are more. There's stuff that just does not fitting into that. I'm more than I think I am, or whatever. And then you look closer at that, and you discover even more. And you look closer at that more, and you discover even more. And basically, the moreness, the stuff that is beyond that particular description, turns out to be so huge and vast that it just dwarfs the description into a tiny, 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 a small toenail clipping of in the entire galaxy of phenomena. So the truth of karma, the truth of the patterns, the truth of the facts of your life, the details of your life and your history, are true, but they're tiny, tiny, tiny approximate descriptions of something that is vast and non-linear and dynamic and completely unstable and creative and actually beyond space and time and so on and so forth.
So in your view of that, is it possible not to create more karma?
Yeah, because
what's the prerequisite for that?
But you see that karma that's being created, or that's called. Let's not use that word. Let's use the word experiential patterning. How's that? Can you follow that? Experiential patterning. So there seems to be all these patterns, right? And there's always patterns, and there's always going to be more patterns. But the patterns are actually very, very dynamic. We're used to thinking of them as stable, but they're actually very, very dynamic if you look very closely. So, if I look at my experience in my hand now, it looks like this, and now 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 it looks like this. So which one is my hand? Oh, it's just my hand. It's just here. It's always here. It's just moving around. But my hand moving around is a euphemism for a range of completely different, unique shapes that are appearing concretely in the case of visual experience. And the same argument applies to any experience, the experience of any pattern. For example, what you're seeing right now, you have never seen before. None of it, right? You're seeing people maybe, some people you recognize from yesterday. You're seeing your own body, you're looking down, you see your knees, all this stuff. But you can say, I'm seeing my knees, I saw my knees yesterday, I'm going to see my knees tomorrow. But the exact experience of the exact way your knees look at the moment, the angle of vision, the light that's on them, everything like that, has never happened before in your experience and will never happen again in your experience. So even though it's patterned, if you don't look very closely, it's just my knee, it's going to look pretty much the same tomorrow and pretty much the same yesterday, but that's an argument that is full of holes, because in actuality, my knee has never looked exactly like this. Never.
So if we assert and we attach the idea that the knee that's the same knee I saw yesterday,
Right.
a moment ago,
Right.
then is that residual karma accumulating upon itself?
No, it's insanity that recreates itself from moment to moment. Because the knee is not the same knee, and claiming that, let's say the experience of the knee is not the same knee, and there is no knee apart from the experience of the knee. When you go to sleep at night, where's your knee? When you're dreaming, where's your knee?
When I'm awake, where's my knee?
Yeah, sure, exactly. And when you notice that fact, you discover, well, the knee isn't a knee that's sitting there. That's an idea. The real knee is the experience of the knee, and that's something that comes and goes. Sometimes it's not there at all when you go to sleep or when you're involved in something. I mean, say you're in a heated argument with somebody. How present is your knee? I mean, unless you got a pain in it, you won't even know it's there, right? Or unless it happens to be in your field of vision and so on. So it's a matter of looking at what experience actually is versus relating to it in terms of what we're thinking of as being. Well, of course my knee's there, it's always there, and my whole body's here. And it's like, okay, that's an interpretive framework, and it's not untrue. It's fine as far as it goes, but it's very sloppy. Because when I look closely, my body is actually, when I say my body, I'm actually referring to the experience of my body, and the experience of my body never repeats itself twice. It's completely unstable, completely unique. There was a time when I was this tall. There was a time when I was, I weighed 40 pounds. There was a time when I was, young and strong, et cetera, et cetera. And what happened? Where'd that go? Well, there was a time when I looked the way I did yesterday. Where'd that go? There's a time when I looked the way I did 2 minutes ago. Where's that gone? It's gone utterly. It's never going to happen again. My experience is never going to look like it did 2 minutes ago. Never. Never going to come again. And even in that instance, it was that way only once. And that was my body then. And when I go to sleep at night and my body disappears, that's my body then. And when I'm dreaming and I'm, whatever body or not appears in the dream, that's my body then. So which one's my body? Where's my body? It's actually very fluid, very dynamic, coming and going, very unstable. But it's possible to not see it that way. If you're locked into an interpretive framework, which we were talking about yesterday, is basically an insanity. It's a common insanity because most everyone is doing it all the time, right? So we're very familiar with it. But to think things are different than the experience of them, to hold that they exist outside of experience, is just a fantasy. It's an assertion. It's like a faith. I have faith. Like let's take the objective world. That's a good one. That's what we're really talking about here. Like I have faith that an objective world exists, and it's basically the same going on by the laws of physics, and it's just sitting here right now, not doing a lot except for like the quantum phenomena, or buzzing or whatever. But they don't do too much except for the cosmic ray shootings too. I mean, I can't see them, so who gives a shit? So this is a nice thing of faith. So here's the objective world, but how do I know there's an objective world? Well, I experience it. Okay, so all of a sudden I'm not talking about an objective world. I'm talking about my experience. So the objective world then is just an interpretive framework that I'm imagining applies to my experience. Now it may or may not, but I can't know whether it does because the only thing I can explore is my experience. So am I stuck in the objective world or not? I can be stuck in...
No, because all experience is released in the moment.
Yes, exactly. And you can notice this fact, and when you notice it, you can feel it, and when you feel it, you feel very unstuck. You feel the fluidity of it. Or you can not notice it, and you can feel stuck. I'm stuck in my circumstances, I'm stuck in my history, I'm stuck in all this stuff. You can feel stuck, but it's like a kind of hypnosis. Because you can also look at the actual complete fluidity and uniqueness of your experience moment to moment, and you can feel that, and all of a sudden you're feeling complete fluidity, you're feeling complete unstuckness, complete flow.
So seeing the irresolvability of all of my experience,
Yes.
Is that the radiance, or is that another way to express that's the radiance I'm experiencing? Because things...
Don't worry about what you call it, just see the truth of it. I mean, that's kind of what I mean by radiance, but don't worry about the terminology. That's just trying to find another map. You don't need a map because you got the thing itself. You know, you don't need the instructions for how to swim. You got the ocean, jump in, you know, and it'll show you how to swim.
It seems to me, or is the karma really just another word for the word focusing you used yesterday?
That's an aspect of it, sure.
It seems to me that as the focusing became more diffuse and less focused, your karma would seem to change.
Sure, absolutely. Focus is an important part of the creation of karma, and it can also be an important part of freeing yourself from apparent karma, from thinking that you're stuck in karma. I mean, it's really all about looking at the way patterning really works. And what we can call karma or feeling stuck in circumstances or whatever, is basically a misunderstanding of the way patterning really works. When you see the way patterning really works, you see, yeah, there's a shitload of patterning here. There's this unlimited patterning. I mean, God, just to take your field of vision alone, how much information is there? I mean, it's like, bang, it would swamp the world's biggest supercomputer. And yet, it's not stuck in being that, because it is that effortlessly, it's that spontaneously, it's that instantaneously, and it's that with absolute instability, because whatever it looks like it's already gone, and it's never going to come again. So it's continually disappearing. It's like a cartoon character that's walking along a cliff that's continually disappearing as they move along, and continually appearing every time I put your foot down, it's like there's your ground, and then you raise your foot and the ground's gone. That's kind of what experience is like. It's continually, or in Dzogchen they have this wonderful image, it's like writing on water. Right? You can write your name on water. But where is it? It's nowhere except in that instant of your writing, the contact of your finger with water. And yet you can pretend I wrote my name. And you can even see yourself doing it, and you can see that it's your name. But in the actuality, if you look closely, it's just an instantaneous uniqueness that never repeats and has no tie-in with anything else. So, and that's patterning. That is patterning. That's what patterning really is. So patterning is really unpatterned. That's weird. It's paradoxical. Hey, weird and paradoxical is a good sign that you're being with actuality. If it seems to be a little bit not weird or a little bit not paradoxical, or seems to make a little sense, that's a really good sign you're in an interpretive framework, which is imaginary, untrue, unreal, and liable to be confusing. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
No, go ahead. It just, yeah, that's the unresolvability of the idea that there's the patterning and the patternlessness are not mutually exclusive.
Right.
They're there at the same time.
They're one and the same.
So the karma is there and there's no karma there.
Yeah.
The sleeping before sleep, when sound comes in, the sound it's not that, as you said, the sound was added.
Yeah.
It's almost everything we've kind of touched on so far this morning is that kind of the multi-dimensionality of is it a particle or is it a wave? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
And none of the above.
Yeah, right.
It's a particle, it's a wave, it's a blender, it slices, it dices, and it can be used for only $19.99.
Yeah.
Operators are standing by.
And it's the tendency to, well, is it that? Is
Yeah.
it my karma, or is it a sea of an ocean with no waves? No, it's both and
It's both and weirder.
Yeah,
It's
more and other.
it's more another. It is, yeah, it's this, it's that, it's the other, and it's not that, and it's all of that, and it's something else entirely,
Yeah.
and
It never departs from itself. Meanwhile,
yeah,
yeah,
endless weirdness.
that's weirdness.
Yeah. If it's not endless weirdness, then you're in an interpretive framework, which is fine. Nothing wrong with interpretive framework. But if you don't notice you're in an interpretive framework, it can feel stuck. It can feel small. It can feel entrapping. It can feel incomplete. It can feel unluscious. And there's no need to ever feel small and incomplete or unluscious, because those conditions don't actually exist except in imagination.
And that's
Inconceivable fullness is the only thing that
Yeah.
actually exists.
And that's why death is here now.
Yeah.
Deep sleep is here now.
Yeah.
Karma is here now.
Because what those are is this.
Yeah.
And those are just apparitions of this. And this is independent. What this is independent of what it looks like.
Right.
This looks like waking state, us having a conversation.
Right.
If you all of a sudden passed out and went to sleep, it would be the same thing that would look like sleep.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even look like you being in sleep because there'd be no you anymore.
Right.
But it's actually the same thing. And it looks like you and your thoughts and your localization is just a magic show.
Yeah. And that's why focus comes into it, because
Yeah.
you can choose to see the Rorschach as the car or just the dots.
Yeah.
And it's not that one goes away or the other.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. This is an interesting point, and this is part of the whole thing of the participatory aspect of it. The experimental aspect of it is you have a certain mobility, you have a certain navigability. You can kind of tune in and tune out and be with this in various different ways to some extent. And of course, don't worry about that. You can't say how you're doing that or how that happens or what that is, because you can't say how you do anything or what anything is. So it's it's same old. But if you play with it, you'll discover that this is so. You'll discover just to a certain degree you can, change focus. You can notice this. You can move into something. You have a certain mobility. You can kind of navigate or surf or do hyperspace travel or however you want to describe it within this transcendental, openness of experience, and be with it in various different ways. In other words, you're not stuck in it. You can zoom in and zoom out. Like the little experiment we did when we were sitting here and look at your field of vision. Feel your field of vision, feel the presence of sound, you feel the presence of thought. You can do that to some extent, right? And this is a mechanism for checking this stuff out for yourself, instead of just, well, geez, that's an interesting idea. It's cool. My next seminar is next week. I got to run. It's like, well, check it out. Look at this. It's not like this is how it is. It's like this is an opportunity for you to see for yourself how it is, and this is what I've found. And looking for yourself. See what you find.
Can I ask one more thing? That there, something that I've been playing with recently, because there was a kind of an initial default of, okay, noticing's happening. Oh, cool. The patternlessness is there.
Yeah.
And then I started to now play with the idea of once I find myself open to that patternlessness in the noticing.
Right.
Now I purposely choose to create the car. I'll pick something and I'll make the pattern of it, just so that I can feel the difference between the holding something, whatever that mechanism is that holds something to be something and then lets something go, hold something to be something. And that back and forthness tells me something about each side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And these are all common modes.
Right.
Typically in the beginning of this yoga, the great thrill is get away from the patterns. Go into the openness, go into the transcendence, go into the nothingness, go into the weirdness, which is it's quite appropriate, because it's, wow, this is different, this is fun, and after you build up some chops in that mode, and you develop some skill in that mode, and that's kind of where you're hanging out, then you begin to look around, well, what other options are there here? Well, how about forms? And you go into forms, and you discover that you have, because you can go anywhere, you can be with this in any different, we call it a frame of reference or focus or whatever, that you can. And there's no hierarchy. It's not like one thing's better than another. It's just a matter of playing with it to discover its range, to discover its possibilities. And we're all very familiar with forms. We're all very familiar with, this is this and that's that, and you're you and I'm me. Well, that's human normalcy. So the first rush is getting out of that, and wow, good God, there's all of this unbelievable transcendental openness and weirdness, and okay, cool. Yeah, that's there. You can go there whenever you want. It's right here. Mm-hmm. This is it. But that's not the only game in town, because there's always more and other. Mm-hmm. You can go to openness, and you can start playing around with closednesses. Let me find some closednesses and play around with that. Let me find some stucknesses and play around with that. Let me find some this and play, because they're all the same thing. They're just different modes of what this is, of this actuality.
Yeah.
And there's actually no hierarchy.
Right.
It's all this, or as I would put it, it's all radiant presence. And can it look like, having an argument with your wife and getting pissed off at each other? Sure. Can it look like tripping on the infinity? Sure. Can it look like, whatever? Sure. And does it ever actually become better or worse? No. It's just more endless weirdness.
Yeah.
It can look like anything, but it never departs from itself. It's always just this. Never departs from being just this, what's right here, right now. When you die, it will look very different. It's going to be just this.
There's just something about hanging out in that interface between it being a face and it being a vase.
Yeah.
Even though at the first you look at it and go, well, actually, it has to. I can't see both the face and the vase at the same time, and you kind of see that little mind trick. But then, deeper into that, you have to go, no, there is a little, something, a little cobbling ephemeral cobbling together that I see the thing do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you can go, it's not a face or a vase.
Right.
And it's a face and a vase, or just a face, or just a... It's like, it's infinitely multitaskable. It's infinitely flexible. It's like your computer. If you had like the mega computer of the dreams, you could have as many windows open as you want.
Right.
And no one is better or worse than another. You can have some stupid kids game open. You can have some amazing, scientific discourse open. You can have some porn open. You can have this open. You can have that open. It's like, it's just weird energy patterns on a screen. And that's all it is. There's nothing actually happening. There's nothing actually happening here. Move along, folks. There's nothing happening here. Nothing to see. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we can hang out for another half hour or so, and then a break for lunch? Does that feel good? We could break for lunch early if you guys want to knock off, but I kind of feel like we're just sort of getting rolling.
Yeah, no, 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take a short break, and then we can hang out for another half hour or something.
Today, did you leave a food container for dinner over there? This older lady was like trying to throw it at me. I'm like, that's probably Nan's, but like, I don't know. I'm not gonna. It's over there, but in the drawer by the fridge, on the bottom drawer. I know. I was like, I'm sure she'll get it. The lady's like, but it's really nice. We don't have any nice containers like this. And at the time, I couldn't think who it was, and then I was like, I was really nice, and Nan was the only other one eating lunch.
No, it's actually golf balls, and you just actually go.
Oh yeah, that's Nan. She's lots of money. Don't worry about it. Keep it. She doesn't need it. Keep it.
That's good luck.
Oh well, you guys, anybody can come whenever they want. It's coming true. They are coming.
I told you, the first time we went to that park that I'm like, people are going to come here.
My poor neighbors. I have no idea. I think that was great, yeah.
A lot of open
How's it going, Fred? Good to see you.
with my tenderness. Sorry, Mr. Bonfire.
That's okay. We were late anyway. It was the kind of we had ended up at dinner and then.
What time did you guys sit up till?
I was up till like maybe 1. I think those guys left around 12.
And then I talked on the phone with Jen.
I don't know. Blair.
Very
I knew the other night I didn't sleep at all. I slept for like an hour. I got up. I was like recapitulating the whole dinner and like you just you realize how weird it was after the fact for some reason. You're like, that wasn't weird. And then it's like funny. I just am like, I can't go back to sleep after that.
What if they're out?
I don't know. I mean, Jeff left around midnight or something. Those people left earlier. Everyone kind of left at the same time, and then it was just Jeff and Peter went out for a while.
Okay.
The other Peter.
I don't know.
That's right, right. If you would have come, I think my dog would have been really confused, you know, because his name's Fresh. So
is he whooping your ass? I hope your ass is being whooped. I left you. Okay, we had this other risotto and broccoli. Do you like broccoli and risotto? Risotto with mushroom.
I don't look that stupid.
You're very little and very petite.
I
You
don't
look
know,
like you
not
look like you
anymore.
need a mother.
Before Night Sky song, yeah, this is after.
Well, yeah, but you know.
I'm like.
Anyway, I noticed there's a microwave downstairs.
Yeah, there's one.
So I left it on. You have the little Tupperware container that has a red lid on it, right?
That's Nan's, yeah.
Okay, well I put it on top of that or under that or something. But anyway, it's a white. It's a white to-go container.
Cool.
Yeah, it's got risotto, mushroom risotto. Oh my God, it's delicious.
I got a nice lunch.
And yes, and it's broccoli and a little bit of spinach.
Nice.
So it's all good, healthy green things.
Thank you.
And
Awesome.
Peter never likes to eat leftovers, and when we went to the
Yeah,
restaurant,
yeah.
we ordered
get that.
sides, and so
Right.
they served those in serving dishes, and they give you a plate, and you. So I thought, we ordered too much.
Yeah. I know, it's funny, you know, so my brother's like that, he won't eat leftovers, he just puts them in the fridge, I'm like, give him all to me.
That's right. I have a
And
brother.
I'm like the most creative leftover, like
Oh,
I can find all
me
kinds
too,
of crap and
me
put it all
too.
together, they're like,
If I was home, that's what would happen. And the other thing is that it's not just that I don't like to throw out leftovers. It's that here, I don't have anywhere to compost them. Whereas at home, they go into the compost.
something, I know.
Yeah.
I know,
Okay.
it's just bizarre.
Peter is.
I know, I love
Didn't
people.
turn this around. Wait a minute. The people at home need to see what's going on in here.
What do you mean?
Back in California, I always make them turn the camera
that's
around.
great.
Oh, he's got it on pause.
Oh, thank God. I'm like, can they hear everything I just said?
If they've got it on pause, they
God.
don't, but they shouldn't.
Posterity.
Is he talking
Back, go
A
back.
1,000 years from now, it's going to be here.
I know it's not static, but still.
Oh, good, that's great.
Careful.
So that was
It's a
when
slippery
that
son of a gun.
Yeah.
It's a slippery camera. Well, the camera should catch everybody.
They
There
did
you
it
go,
like the
okay.
flowers.
Can
I
you
guess.
see
I
us
thought the
all?
flower was really cool.
Oh shit, you see
He's
the?
got it at a certain angle. You have to
I don't
slow
care. They're gonna have to redo it.
it. Okay.
Is Peter talking in a tent?
What can you see now?
He's on the internet. The whole world can see him.
You see in your tummy. Little higher.
It's not really me.
That's right. It's not. It's not really you.
Here more.
Okay, we're not in a tent. It's just that it's a Waldorf kindergarten classroom, and you know them. They like draping beautiful things around, so it's not a
The
tent.
toenail clipping.
I know.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
There's even tadpoles in here. Peter, you're gonna have to redo the camera, but I've pasted everybody.
Because I know how they like it. I know. I'm like, did they
What are you
just-
doing?
Did they just hear what I said?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're not starting yet, are you?
I don't know. I'm not doing. I'm here.
You're here, but nobody else
I
is.
think you're in a tent. Because it looks like a tent. Is Peter in a tent?
Oh, that's good. It's even better than that. Memory in your brain. Oh, good. Look, we're gonna have your money back.
That's okay.
Isn't that thing cool? It's like felt or something. That's like the best example of forms right there. You think it's real and you get close up and it's just like felt. Like, you're like what? I know, it's good. It's good for creative ideas. It's very calming, even though there's so much.
You want to try one of these skins to sit on?
I like the hard shell.
I mean, that's how I'm trying to use it. That's what I'm saying. But that's
I do.
How you doing? Yes. I think. I think so. How are you liking the...
You're reading Einstein's Law? Great book, isn't that a good book?
Totally. I'm in the last where she's talking to
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's really nice. That's good. It's a very good book.
Yeah. I actually thought about you a lot as I was reading it. It's just like...
Yeah, I've been recommending that book to people.
Oh yeah? That makes so much sense.
What book is it?
It's called Trespassing on Einstein's Lawn. It's an absolutely wonderful book. It's about a young woman. It's not about, it's by a young woman who basically is a scam artist. She got out of college and wasn't doing much and was looking for work, so she got hired as a
So I can
writer.
get ideas from that book.
Why not? But
This might
anyway,
be what I need.
she got hired on as a writer for a magazine, and then her and her father were talking about some ideas of physics that they thought were really interesting. You know, they're intelligent, but they have no science education or anything. They're just kind of amateurs. And they thought, you know, they read about, God, there's this big conference coming up in Wheeler, who is dead now, but was a, you know, mega bigwig physicist back then, was going to be at this conference for his birthday. And they thought, God, wouldn't it be great if we could get into this conference just to see it? And so she basically called them up and scammed them, said she was a writer writing for a magazine, could she come? And the magazine had absolutely nothing to do with science, and they weren't going to publish any science articles anyway, so she just basically, you know, lied her way into being invited to this conference. And she got to meet Wheeler and talk with him and ask him some questions, you know, like what's really going on? What's the most interesting idea? And so Wheeler said something very cryptic and so on and so forth. But anyway, you know, I can.
True on some levels because of other distractions.
Is that pretty good? But so anyway, so she did that, and she continued kind of doing that, and eventually she sort of bullshitted her way into enough credibility just by having a track record, and she was actually hired as an actual writer for an actual science magazine. She totally bootstrapped herself up into it. But anyway, she got to the point where she was going to all of these, you know, physics conventions with all the top-level physicists, and she was on first-name basis with them and hanging out and chatting and shooting emails back and forth and stuff. And all the while, sort of pursuing her and her father's quest of, well, what's going on in physics? You know, what do the physicists really think? What's the cutting-edge physics? What do they say the universe is? What do they say reality is? And so she pursued this arc over, I don't know, 10, 15 years, I don't remember how long. Yeah. And, you know, and basically generated, even though she had no science education or math background at all, she was a bright person. And she bootstrapped herself up into being this respected science writer who was covering all these, you know, high-level physics conventions. Yeah. But anyway, all was her father and her pursuing this dream of really sort of figuring out for themselves what it really is all about. And they kind of did. Yeah, they kind of did.
They're like, basically nobody knows what's going on.
And basically this book is her story of the whole thing. And she's very bright, you know, she's a good writer, so it's a great read. And
she was able to find her way.
No, she's very smart, you know, she's very verbal, you know.
What's the name of the book?
Trespassing on Einstein's Lawn.
Amanda Gefter.
And they go into physics in quite a bit of depth, but not from a rigorous point of view. It's not, you don't need to have like high math or anything, but it can be a little demanding. I mean, to begin to approach what these people are talking to, you have to kind of follow along with the narrative pretty detailedly. But it's worth it because it's really exciting. It's fun stuff. Yeah. So we're kind of backish.
Sort of.
We're trickling in.
Yeah, honey. It's a quorum anyway.
So where were we? Where are we? Where is anything? What is anything?
Here. Where's here?
Yes.
So, when we kind of get caught up in our, I don't know, when we get caught up in our
Right.
crap,
Sure.
when we get caught up in our crap, when we get caught up in a pattern,
Right.
like something holds our attention
Right.
too long, yeah, it's helpful to continue doing these exercises where we just either start to focus on sound, feeling, like,
Yes, it can be helpful. A couple of things I want to say about that. First of all, it's probably most productive, particularly at first, to do these exercises more when you don't need to, when it's easier. So when you're just sort of relaxed and having fun and chilled out and everything's sort of spacing out, that's the best time to hit these kind of exercises. And then when you're caught up and in the thick of it, typically it's easier to just, okay, I'm screwed, I'm in this. But sooner or later you'll come out of it and then you'll be relaxed again. Because when you develop more experience with being with your experience in fresh ways, it will tend to spontaneously apply across the board. So that's the one thing. And the second thing is, it's a very subtle but a very insidious trap to use these exercises and this exploration as an antidote. You're not fixing something. When you use these things to fix your problem, like, oh my God, I'm caught up and I have to get out of it, so let me do this to getting caught up in it. You're actually just creating another headache. You're creating another fixation. This is about letting go of orientations, not about finding an orientation that's going to solve some orientation. And when you play it off into a game like that, you actually are reinforced. It's like throwing gasoline on what you're thinking of as a problem. Another way to put this is, when something is a problem that needs to be fixed, just holding that it's a problem that needs to be fixed, and especially trying to fix it, is asserting that even more. You're asserting that it matters. You're saying, God, this matters. This really matters, and I need to fix it. And the problem with any state of mind is more thinking it matters than what it happens to look like. So when you try and fix something, you're making it matter more. And the more you're making it matter, the more you're actually throwing gasoline on the fire. So the best thing to do when you're in the thick of it, when you're sort of caught up and stuff, is just laugh. Just throw back your head and say, oh boy, am I fucked, just whatever, right? And just sort of let go, be loose. And in that looseness, you're actually depriving it of steam, because you're not telling yourself, in fact, you're not saying it just matters. If, I have to do something about this, I have to fix it, you're saying it matters, which is feeding it, you're making it bigger. It feels like you're trying to get out of it, but you're actually making it bigger. So it's a subtle thing. It's like think of tug of war, okay? You're pulling and someone else is pulling on the rope, right? It's like, God, I have to win this, I have to pull harder, pull harder, pull harder. You pull harder, they pull harder, and you're stuck holding onto the rope. The way to win is let go of the damn rope. Just let go. Then winning or losing doesn't matter anymore. So likewise, when you depressurize the situation by letting go of it is when you take the steam out of it, which is actually the solution to being caught up in things. So it's very paradoxical. Trying to fix things is making them worse. Not trying to fix them and just surrendering to it, letting go, going with the flow, is actually fixing them. So it's all ass backwards.
Like a Tai Chi reverse.
Yeah. So you can play with that. But in general, especially for beginners, you have to feel for yourself where you're at and how things are working for you. It's probably best to do these kinds of exercises when it's easy, when you're set up for it, when you're just relaxed and chill and spacing out, and it's in the evening and nothing's on and you're not caught up in anything. That's a good time to sort of move, have fun. And when you do that, doing it then will tend to percolate through all of your experience. So do it when it's easy, do it in ways that are easy, and it will be powerful and it will apply ultimately into the times that you kind of need it more. But doing it when you need it is actually does the opposite of what you expect it to do, because You're actually trying to solve a problem, which is giving the problem more importance, which is getting you stucker. Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's all, as with everything, it's all very paradoxical and weird. But paradoxical and weird is it's a sign that you might be on the right track, right? Paradoxical weird makes no sense. It's like, oh yeah, great. I'm on it.
If talking to somebody that I know and they'll say, where are you headed this week? I'm going to and then hesitate, and you want to say like spiritual retreat or something like that. And this seems to be pretty much, I would call it trans-spiritual in a way.
Sure.
I mean, it's not spiritual in any common sense.
Right? No, but it's true spirituality.
Yeah.
It's what spirituality really is. But most spirituality is not actual spirituality, so it's all ass backwards again.
That's why I like trans-spiritual. That's how it's like, because it's not what people think of.
No, it's a reality check.
Yeah. I mean, some people might call it psychology or something like that.
Well, it is psychology. Yeah. My master was an interesting guy. He was not at all spiritual. He was not a spiritual teacher. He did not read spiritual books. He was an Italian guy who was a kind of a body person, an adventurer, and sort of a robust guy, and thrashed around in life, did a bunch of things. But he through a bizarre chain of events, he found himself in an amazing condition experientially, with no particular preparation or context for it. He was not like, it's not like he ever meditated or did, he was a Roman Catholic, and not particularly devout or practicing or anything. He was an Italian guy, and so he found himself in this really weird situation, and his whole paradigm of looking at it was in terms of parapsychology.
Yeah.
He didn't look at it in terms of spiritual terms. He didn't use words like karma and stuff like that. He looked at it in terms of parapsychology, a psychic phenomena. One thing he used to say, which really carries a lot of weight, it makes a lot of sense to me. He used to say, parapsychology is 9/10 psychology. And nice. It is, because it turns out that what gets in our way, what blocks us, what we trip over, what makes us feel stuck, is essentially psychological. It's erroneous ways we're holding our experience and our self-image as being that aren't actually true, and it's possible to discover and look and see and discover experientially that they're not true, or not true in any simple sense, and of course that relatively frees you from that stuckness. And all this is basically psychology. I mean, I imagine it's what therapists try and do. I mean, I have no idea about formal psychology or any of that stuff. I have no training or even really interest in it particularly. But, it's kind of the same topic, because this is all about subjective orientation, essentially. Yeah. It's about the way what you hold yourself and what you hold the world and your experience to be. And the discovery that in actual fact, there can be a huge deviation between what you hold things to be and what they actually are, and that is what the problem is.
Yeah. But it seems like in conventional psychology, the idea is to focus on that. Right. That's wrong. That's erroneous. Look at it this way.
Right. Yeah, because they're trying to fix your personality. Yeah. I couldn't care less about your personality. You can be a failure and a serial killer and everything else. It doesn't bother me. But you can still, but even in that condition, you can see reality, and that's the important part. Not what you do with it as an individual. I could care less about that, because that doesn't matter. That comes and goes. Who you are and what you do is water under the bridge, and next lifetime it'll be something entirely different. But reality will still be reality. But psychology and people in general, humans are way self-obsessed and have all this self-importance, and what happens to me really matters, and I want to succeed and all this stuff. And all of that is so beside the point and so entrapping, because it partializes experience. It's like it's like a narcissism. We're always walking around looking in essentially metaphorically looking in a mirror, and everything's all about me, and it's all about getting reinforcement for me, and I relate to other people mainly so that they can reinforce my sense of myself in certain ways, and so on and so forth. All of which is fine. There's nothing actually even wrong with that, but it's entrapping. And again, all of that mechanism is happening in a context which is more and other. And when you discover that, it's not like you need to not be narcissistic. To be human is to be narcissistic, because that's the way our energy system runs. But you discover that that's a small subsystem in a vast actuality that you're also participating in. And that just sort of, it's a big load off to discover that context. It's like being in a small little space with a tiny little trapped in it, like a rat on a circle, whatever. It's a rat on a wheel, versus discovering, open meadows and sky and stars and stuff. And it doesn't matter whether you're a rat and you like running around in a circle. That's fine. But don't feel trapped in it. You don't need to. I mean, you can.
Do it for entertainment.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a human and going through all our human machinations and self-obsession and all that. It really doesn't matter. But there's no reason to feel, belittled or partialized or trapped or stuck or negative about yourself because of that. Because all of that small mechanism is happening in a vast context which is much more and other than that, which you also are engaged with in very non-human ways.
You could talk about like energy, like being with us seems oftentimes you're being with subtle energy, but also it can be like a drink from a fire hose.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like your body or your experience has to learn to be with energy or feeling.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought this up, because that segues very nicely into our afternoon program. You like the way I'm pretending I have a program? Clever, right? Part of my master plan.
What was it you said? I couldn't hear it.
It's just as well.
That was my program.
Don't tell her.
He asked a question about engagement with subtle energy. And I thanked him because I told him that was segueing nicely into my afternoon program. Which it did, which is actually foreshadowed in our morning program.
Karma.
I retroactively assert. So, yeah.
Group karma.
All part of the program.
Well, this is something that we're going to, this afternoon I want to focus on, and will kind of be my personal idea of the theme. And we read this a little bit this morning, but I want to be more explicit with it. Experience is what is being experienced, what I call the radiance, is like a subtle energy. And don't worry too much about what that means. I'm trying to pin it down. But, everything that's experienced is like an energy. It's like lightning. It's alive. Light is an energy. Sound is an energy. Sensation is an energy. Thought is an energy. And everything whatsoever that shows up as any kind of object or characteristic of experience is an energy. And it actually is an energy. Again, not worrying too much about what that word means. But being with it in that terms and learning to feel it in that terms is a real nice way to come to the common denominator of all experience as radiance, rather than, experience is sight and sound and thought and this and that and inside and outside and all these subcategories that seem so different from each other. When you look at the direct experience as energetic presence, that can open the door to unification of the whole thing is amazing pulsating energy field whose nature is to show up with all these different bandwidths of apparent light and sound and thought and all this and sensation and all these various different things. But it's all essentially of the same nature. It's all this instantaneous dynamic, flashing or tingling or sparkling or however you want to, metaphorize it, analogize it. But experientially, without bothering to categorize what it is, it can be felt as that. It's felt as this dynamism. And this dynamism it's not just energy, it's energy that is pregnant with meaningfulness, with profundity, with like intelligent content. I mean, it's like getting a download from some kind of bizarre non-human supercomputer or something. But its language is these buzzes and flashes and textures. It's very non-human. But then you're not actually a human being, so you can go there. You can be with that in that mode. And the trick is to just let yourself, like we were doing this morning, just feel the presence of experience, and you begin to feel this aliveness, this dynamism, this continual dancing and sparkling and tingling presence, and then you can begin to feel the way in which it's full of content. It's full. It's got all of this sort of implication and what. I mean, you can't say, you can't make sense of it or describe it or pin it down, but experientially, you can engage with it very profoundly, and it's just delicious. It's like, it's like drinking from I don't know what. No poetry. Can't say what it's like, so why bother?
Add poem here.
Yeah, exactly. Add meaningless hyperboles.
Is there a reason why, like, around certain people like yourself or other, Rinpoches or even like ancient trees, like certain energy, like a vortex of energy,
Sure.
Occurs?
Yeah, well, everything is, you can think of it, all experience as being presence of energy fields, or an energy field with complex vortices. I mean, you can model it all different sorts of ways, and this is palpable. And again, it has content. It's not just a neutral inert fact. It's something that somehow has meaningfulness. It has intelligence. It has, And like yesterday, we were saying, feel people's auras. It's the same kind of thing. All energy systems, call them, have an energetic presence that has content, multi-band, multi-dimensional, and this is palpable. It's perceptible. And there's nothing but energy systems. Everything and anything whatsoever is an energy system. And energy systems are subsystems of other systems, and energy systems are over systems of other subsystems. I mean, it's like you can zoom in and find smaller energy systems and zoom out and find larger energy systems that the smaller energy systems are components of, and so on and so forth. And this applies, of course, to what we think of as human beings and so on. Human beings are a complex energy system that are, again, subsystems of larger energy systems, and themselves are, macro systems of subsystems that exist within them. And all of this stuff is engageable with and is palpable and has content. And also, all these energy systems have a nature, they have a flavor, they're different, they're unique. Which is why people feel different. You're hanging out with someone, they just have a different mood, a different vibe. And it's not just about how they look or how they behave, it's more than that. That is sort of, is reflected in their nature, how they look and behave, to a large degree is reflected in their inherent flavor. But their flavor is a palpable wholeness, it's an actuality that is, it's pretty obvious. And so, that kind of answers your question, I guess. So it's really just, and when you tune into a person, you're also tuning into the macro systems that they are subsystems of, and it's not unique. It's all, holographic, multidimensional, interpenetrating resonances and weirdness. And welcome to the wonderful world of parapsychology. You thought this was spirituality, huh? It's a psychic workshop.
I brought my crystals.
Yeah, and so all of these tricks of being with your experience in modes that you're not normally accustomed to, in modes other than your normalcy, all these kinds of experiments we've been playing with, and anything else you stumble upon, is all simply that. It's a way of letting yourself be with the actuality of experiential energy presence in fresh ways. And when you're with it in fresh ways, you sort of see it from a fresh perspective and kind of triangulate on it. And you can discover much more about it than in the context in which you're used to holding it, which is what karma is. Karma is the habit of familiarity of, oh, this is this way and that is that way, and so on and so forth. Which is fine, but it's only one perspective on something that is infinitely multidimensional. So why not triangulate, look at it from other points of view, check it out from other areas, and you get a whole different experience, whole different data read that.
Good question. Is it actually multidimensional, or is that just our perspectives are multidimensional?
Both. Your perspectives and it are one and the same thing. It's not like there's an objective condition, there's a subjective condition, they're somehow dancing with each other. The subjective.
What I'm really asking is there multidimensionality? I'm not really sure about that.
Okay, good. Okay, you want to get serious here. I like it. A serious man. The answer is not necessarily. Because the way things actually are cannot be said. And of course saying multidimensionality is saying the way that things are. So I'll say this much, it's meaningful to look at things as if they're multidimensional. And it can be useful to look at them as if they're multidimensional. But that doesn't mean they actually are, or that they actually aren't. But if I wanted to say what is the condition of things really, I would say it's beyond being either multidimensional or non-multidimensional.
It seems like we're fragmenting.
Huh?
We're fragmenting a soul reality by breaking it up into multiple dimensions.
No, because multi-dimensions, they can be multiple aspects of a unity. Like for example, here we have.
We have to know that first.
Yeah, but it comes.
We get lost in the multidimensionality, right?
But the problem is we're already lost in the multidimensionality. So. And we don't notice it, so we turn the multidimensionality into a limited dimensionality that we think we're stuck in, which is like what we were talking about earlier with karma, or being stuck in your history, or feeling like you're stuck in your circumstances, right? And when you discover, well, wait a minute, there's more going on here than just that, that frees you from that unstuckness. But it's not like you need to get lost in the moreness and, oh, there's more of this and there's other moreness and none of it fits together and now I'm going crazy. But that's just, it's like a stepping stone, a remedial device, an antidote to get out, to get the first step of unstuckness going. And then once you got that, then you can take the next step in terms of what's practical and useful. I get a sense that the question you're really asking is if multiplicity is actual. And the answer to that is no. In a profound sense, this is one thing. And this does not depart from itself. But, big but, very big but, its nature is to present itself as infinitely differentiated within itself.
But we seem to get more interested in the multidimensionality than one sole thing.
Yeah, typically. But they come with.
Easier to do.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. But the point is that it's not one or the other, and it's not that one is truer than the other. It is one thing that presents inevitably as multidimensionality. It never presents as one thing. It never collapses down to anything simple. Its very nature is to present as seeming to be different than itself, seeming to be differentiated, seeming to be multiple, and it never collapses. In my experience, I don't know. Maybe you got a different shot at it. So it's like trying to find a dream. What's a dream? Well, I can't tell because it's all this weird shit always happening, right? But a dream is something that looks like a lot of weird shit happening. So is it one thing or is it many things? Well, it's one thing that looks like many things. Does it ever get simple? Does a dream ever just become a dream that just like sits there and is one thing? Pretty much no. There's always seeming endless subtlety and nuance that adds complexity. Let me put it this way, adds apparent complexity. Why don't we say apparent multidimensionality? How about that? Is that a little more comfortable?
I like that better.
Because that's really what it's about. It's about what it looks like. And on the appearance aspect, no matter how you're with it, it's always just like dizzyingly complex, let's say. Or even if it's relatively simple, it's a very subtle and nuanced simple. So which kind of is another version of complex. But that's its appearance. That's how it appears. There's one thing that appears like everything, and a different everything every nanosecond or whatever. But remember, you can't pin it down. You can't say what it is. It's not. You can't get a final resolution. It's just weirder than weird. But but it's real. It is what it is, and so it's not just it's weird. Okay, great, it's weird. Forget about it. It's a weirdness that is intimately knowable, and you can engage with it, and you can dance with it, and you can explore it just limitlessly with enormous, amazing joy and satisfaction and entertainment. Really. And so that's kind of a plus, I think.
Yeah, you'll never be able to say what it is.
You never get to the bottom, never get to the end.
There's no back wall.
No back wall, no bottom, no end.
And that's its back wall.
Yeah.
That's back wall is.
Yeah. The final word is there's no final word. The end of it is there's no end.
Right.
The essential nature of it is there's no essential nature. But that is its essential nature.
Right.
So when you find no essential nature, you found its essential nature.
Right.
The nature of a dream is to not be able to be pinned down to anything. And when you find that, you found the essential nature of the dream. There's no essential nature. I mean, it sounds weird to say. It sounds very paradoxical, but it's like that. Why don't we knock off for lunch? It's about 12:30, 12:25. Why don't we meet? Why don't we say get back here at like 2? Does that feel good? Or whenever. So that's an hour and a half-ish, and we'll see you later. This afternoon, subtle energy engagement. Thanks to Fred. We got a topic. We actually have a topic. Where did I go wrong?
That's right. That is it, right?
Learn to trust the force.
So, welcome back. Here we are. Hi. Welcome back to the world of the wake, the wakened. Hope you had a nice lunch, and we are here looking at this astounding phenomenon. So how are you experiencing this? You're experiencing experience right now. How's that happening? Well, one way of exploring that, one way of feeling that is in terms of a subtle energy engagement. Somehow, what is experiencing your experience has the ability to be engaged with what is showing up as your experience. And that engagement is absolutely intimate. It's not like what's seeing your experience is over here somewhere, and then the experience is showing up over here somewhere, and there's some gap between them, right? What's experiencing your experience is doing it right here, and your experience is showing up right here. So, what's experiencing your experience right now? Feel what that is. What is it that's looking through your eyes? What is it that's feeling your thoughts? What is it that's feeling the presence of your being? What is it? It's actual. It's happening. What is it? It's doing it. You can't pin it down, can you? But it's right here. It's real. It's doing it. It's transcendental, so you can't pin it down. You know, it's essentially a miraculous property. You know, how can you pin down a miracle? So this that is right here, right now, is experiencing this that is right here, right now. And what's showing up, what is it? Well, it looks like light, it looks like sound, it looks like touch, it looks like all the sense qualities, all of this energy, it looks like thought, it looks like other subtle flavors, emotion, you know, little vibes, little wisps, you know, who knows what. You can't categorize it. We have a lot of very heavy-handed categorization of, you know, the five senses and the mind, and we might toss in emotion and various other things, and so we can come up with a list of like 7 or 8 categories that human experience supposedly consists of. But if you look at your experience, you'll find all kinds of flavors that don't really fall into any of those categories, can't you? I mean, just little wisps, little flickers of quality that aren't thought, really. They aren't sound, they aren't light, they aren't, you know, they don't readily fall into a nice compartment. But it's there. And in fact, if you look closely, there's no limit to how much you can find in terms of these sort of subtle qualities, subtle little, you know, wisps of flavor, wisps of scent, wisps of qualitativeness that are just present in experience. And as I said, one way of looking at this strange phenomena is subtle energy presence. So all of this stuff that's showing up, you know, what is it? Well, light, sound, sensation, thought. What are these things? It's like a shining forth of some quality. And then, you know, don't worry about where it's shining forth from or shining forth to. It's just there. It's shining forth into there-ness. It's shining forth into the experiential field. And the experiential field has this miraculous property of experiencing it somehow, of knowing it, of actualizing it as actual experience, actual present experiencing of this qualitativeness, of this energy. And this energy is felt. It is felt by this miraculous knowing principle, this miraculous knowing functionality. It feels this energy, and it feels this energy with inconceivable subtlety and nuance and intelligence. So, you know, you can effortlessly, you know, feel all of these qualities very subtly. Usually we don't bother with the subtleness because it's just so much information and you can't really parse much out of it that's very useful. So we go to very coarse categories of what things feel like. But in actuality, when you're feeling your experiences, all of these, you know, infinite gradations of mood and subtlety and flavor and just, you know, qualities that you know, that are palpably showing up in experience. You know, this becomes more obvious sometimes when when you're sort of daydreamy or when, you know, in certain moods. Obviously, you know, when we're obsessed with something or focused on a task or something, then it, you know, we get more, you know, task oriented, and we censor all of this incredible sea of information, and, you know, sort of have more specific targets that show up in our focus. But essentially, there's an openness. There's an openness of knowing, an openness of feeling what is present, and an openness of what is present, right? And it's all here, and it's all actually being felt. And if you relax the focus, if you relax the, you know, the focusing on a portion of it or a part of it or even the bandwidth of it, it's just like this vast sea of flavors, of sort of tingles, of, you know, I mean, of course it can't be put into words, but it's very palpable. And you can try this feeling, the presence of this sea of qualities, just as a as a continuum, as a vast continuum that is completely present, completely available. You're already in complete contact with its presence because it's spontaneous. It's not like you need to do anything. You don't need to reach out to feel light. It's just right here. It's already happening. You don't need to find thought. It's already happening. It's already present. So all of this energy is completely present, completely engaged with inherently, and the knowing of it is completely engaged. So this engagement, this feeling of this presence of subtle energy is just a continuum of the field of your experience, and there's no limit to how sensitively you can feel it, how you can just be really in with every little delicate nuance and every subtlety, and even more so, and even more so. At first it might not seem like much because it doesn't translate into anything that humans can use. It doesn't translate into much useful information. It's kind of a nice lusciousness to lie back and relax into. But for the most part, we kind of typically people get bored with that pretty fast because it's like, well, okay, yeah, it's interesting, but I want to do something. What's there to talk about? What's there to do? But again, it's kind of a sensitivity training or a developing familiarity with it, where you let yourself just feel the detail and nuance of this field of content. You develop the ability to be with it more and more subtly, more and more finely, and you develop the ability to sense the intelligence of it, the meaningfulness of it, more and more finely. And it's not a human meaningfulness. It's not a meaningfulness that's rational or that makes any sense or that you can think about or talk about, but it's profoundly meaningful and intelligent. And what happens is you find yourself learning its language just by familiarity. You learn how to do it. Very much like the way a person is good at anything. Like say you're a good skier or a good swimmer or a good musician or something. You learn by familiarity with the medium. You learn its language intuitively. You learn how to be with it and how to dance with that kind of engagement very directly and skillfully. But you learn it through familiarity of just being with that medium, being with that mode over time. And likewise, learning the subtlety of this sort of non-human orientation or non-rational orientation to the meaningfulness of direct experience itself, the meaningfulness of just the energy content that all of this consists of, that all of this is made of, that is the actual substance of experience, the meaningfulness of light, the meaningfulness of sound, the meaningfulness of thought, the meaningfulness of these vibes, the meaningfulness of all this experiential energy. And it is meaningful. It has an incredibly rich language, but it's more like computer language than human language. It's, it's a lot like listening to music, listening to instrumental music, listening to symphonies or something, where you just go into this amazing structure and implication and innuendo, and it doesn't make any sense, but there's so much there, and there's no limit to how much you can go into it. And the continuum of all of this energy presence is a lot like that. It's a lot like a symphony. It's just being played. It has incredible structure and incredible harmony and dissonance and consonance and just amazing interrelationship with itself. That again, it doesn't make any sense. It's not rational, but it's profoundly intelligent and profoundly hyperstructural.
So the invitation is to see if we can, to play with this,
Sure.
explore a little bit.
Sure. It's there.
Is it more possible to have your exploration bear fruit if you're really kind of quietly sitting on your back deck versus multitasking and thinking about it behind the wheel?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Okay, so it doesn't really like.
Check it out. There's all kinds of tricks. There's all kinds of tricks, and you explore them for yourself. And a lot of this has to do with your particular temperament and your particular sort of the way your energy works. And everyone's very different. But in actual fact, it can be very well facilitated by sort of suddenness of distraction, like you're driving and all of a sudden, you get a flash of something. It's not about duration, because typically, in other words, it's not about going to that and sitting in it, and trying to hold it and trying to maintain it, because right away, as soon as you do that, you'll spin off into conceptuality, because it, by its very nature, is a flow. It's a discontinua. It's a continually changing. It's like a waterfall. It's just always doing different, presenting differently. And so, suddenness of just contact, and then, it's a lot about recognizing when this availability occurs rather than setting up a circumstance for it. Right. But it can definitely happen when, you're relaxed, spacing out. But again, it's trying to do it, trying to hold it, trying to be in it, trying to maintain it is a sure way to kill it, to turn it into conceptualization. I mean, this is the problem with meditation. Meditators and all that, God, we're meditating. I have to hold the meditation. Oh no, I'm thinking. Or, whatever, right? As soon as you're trying to do something, then you're distracted by what you're trying to do instead of being sensitive to what is. And so this is about engagement with what is exactly as it is, without manipulating it, without holding it or stopping it or framing it or anything. Just whatever it is, feel it. Feel this, it is. Just the way it is. And just that very fact will be continually flowing and changing and morphing and dynamic, So, just explore. I call it noticing, just as to have a simple little buzzword that, a way to get a handle on it. But do it whenever you can do it. And the whole trick with noticing is to do it when it shows up, hit on it, don't try and hold on to it, and when it begins to drift away, let it go. Don't try to cling to it. It's like being with a wild animal. You do it best when the looser you are. As soon as you try to do anything or be heavy-handed, it gets skittish and you scare it off. But like if there's a deer or something in your backyard or whatever, just being with it is the best way to be with it. As soon as you try and do anything, it clears the whole thing, it ruins it. But one way of looking at this in terms of subtle energy, in some metaphysical systems, they have a model that we have a series of subtle bodies, and each body is more subtle than the one beneath it. It's not like it's literally above and beneath. It's just sort of a way of schematicizing it. So at the bottom there might be the physical body with the physical sensoria, and then the next layer up would be, some systems call it like an etheric body, which is kind of a body of the vitality and the life force and the life sensitivity, sort of the energies that run the senses and the energy that runs the nervous system and stuff. But it's subtler. It's not the physical energy. It's the sort of whole cloud of that level of subtlety. And then above that, you might have another body. In some systems, that's called the astral body, which is the body where sort of a more subtle, less physical, less structured bandwidth of energy shows up. It might be like the kind of place where dreams appear or where imagination appears or something. So, feeling the physical body, of course, very easy, and of course we're all very familiar with that. And you can feel the etheric body by sort of feeling your vitality. Not the vitality physically, but the vitality as the energy that is animating the physical body. And it's kind of arbitrary and subtle to tune into it, but you can play with it. And then you can go to the astral level, you go to kind of very unsolid, unphysical, but sort of brilliant presences of qualities. It can look like dreams or visions or images or things like that, but they're very, they're present, but they have an instability and a lack of being this way or that way. They can be many different ways at the same time, so they can look very weird when you're looking at them trying to figure out what it is you're seeing. And then above that, you might get to a body that's more like a body of very fine thought, without being thoughts like thoughts like words, just sort of a very fine, sort of a very subtle tingling scintillation. And then above that, you get to a body that's like essentially almost nothing. It's like an incredible peace and almost a blackness. It's not black, but it's almost nothing happening because it's so subtle in its fullness. It's almost integral. And you can literally, there's an exercise that's done in Western occultism called rising on the planes. And in this exercise, what you do is you gently direct your focus of attention through these different bodies, and you just do it gently and do it step by step. So you be with the physical, and you just really feel your physicality physically, and then move your focus to the etheric level, and don't just feel your way into it. And then when you're really feeling that, when you're really sensitive to that, relaxing that for a second, and then you shift your focus to the astral level, and then you wait till that's really sort of centered, you're really established, you're tuned into that level of fineness, and then you let go of that, and you move up to the lower mental, and feel that, and then you go to the causal. It's like nothing. It's like a black fullness. It's not really black, but it's almost like nothing. But it's very powerful. You can feel that, and then if you can go above that, that's great. And then you go back down step by step, just like that. Just kind of. Just move until you really, you don't want to like jump around, and you don't, because otherwise you'll just go into fantasy. The trick is to be with the texture of each of these levels of fineness, and you're basically training yourself to tune into, to be able to focus on levels of fineness of energy. And as you develop skill in this, as you develop some familiarity with this and comfort with it, you'll then, instead of being so systematic with it, you can, in any of your experience, you can be with the experience in terms of multiple dimensions of fineness without necessarily formalizing it as directing your attention to these different planes or so on. You just, you can be with any, you can be with any experiential phenomenon, be with it physically, and sort of be with the etheric aspects and the astral aspects and the mental aspects and so on, just sort of random access. Which greatly enhances the richness and the multidimensionality of experience.
I'm picturing it as running the scale, going up the scale, rather than, like let's say an infant, hitting the keyboard here.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's more learning the scale, and then learning what you can do with that.
Yeah.
Now, would you say
you're learning to be sensitive to the differences subtly, systematically rather than just sort of just flailing around where
Right.
it's all present but it's all sort of jumbled together so you don't...
Because I kind of feel that jumbledness.
Yeah, no, of course, because everyone is sensitive to all these things already naturally,
Yeah.
but we don't think of them as being anything because it's just this jumble of,
Is it helpful to think of these in terms of sort of a continuum with click stops along the way? Or would you not consider this continuum?
Well, in actual fact, it's more a continuum than not. But in terms of sort of training or exploring this as an exercise, it's better to keep it kind of discrete, just as an aid to focusing on particular sort of levels of fineness. And again, it's all very subtle and complex because there will be a certain element of imagination that intrudes, and that's fine. That's not a problem. But nonetheless, you will still, even if there is some degree of imagination present, you will still be able to discover these various levels of fineness. And in fact, it'll be quite surprising. At first you'll sort of be playing around with tuning into the astral level and thinking you know what it is, and all of a sudden you'll notice the real astral, and you go, wow, woo, this is for real, and stuff like that. It's an excitement factor when you sort of make the click, when it becomes less imagination and more the real contact, so to speak, a real noticing. But there's no wrong way to do it. It's just a matter of...
It's like a fake it till you make it kind of deal.
Yeah, because, in a certain sense, imagination has a lot to do with it, because in a profound sense, imagination is the navigating mechanism of consciousness. Like essentially the hypnotic, what we think of as hypnosis or suggestion, is the dominant navigating vehicle of consciousness. Consciousness moves around within itself, refocuses itself within itself by pretending that it can, by telling itself that it can. So I say, relax, you're getting relaxed, and you'll just automatically feel something like that happening. So your consciousness actually navigates from one seeming condition to another seeming condition, basically through a simulation. And yet, paradoxically, the simulation becomes an actuality by degrees because of this very slipperiness and flexibility of consciousness. So, this kind of suggestibility, this kind of use of imagination, is imagination, and it is what's the word? It's imposition. It's like a construct, but nonetheless, it is effective because it affects an actual navigation of consciousness, an actual sort of a refocusing. And the trick is to do it with sufficient sensitivity and exploration that you discover what it actually is, and at that point you move beyond the suggestion side of it or the imagination side of it to the actuality, and then you can just do it. Then you don't need to do, I'm relaxing, I just relax. You can do the real thing just by going to that energy condition because you're familiar with the actuality of it. But before you can do that, you can kind of fake it, and that faking it actually is the real thing in a strange way, even though it's complicated by the suggestion. So exactly. So one way of exploring this stuff is imagine you can do it. Imagine that there are these subtle bodies, and imagine you can focus on them, and then you just sort of play with that. Let yourself simulate that, but try to feel it. Because it's all feeling is the actuality. So when you feel it, what you're feeling, is where you will break through the simulation into the actuality. And it's not necessarily an either-or thing either. It can be sort of a gradual opening to it. So this is one aspect of playing with subtle energy, of sort of tuning into a kind of a gradation or a hierarchy of subtlety in your experience. That can be very interesting. Another thing that can be very interesting to play with is the notion of we were talking about patterning. there's all sorts of energy patterns. We're very familiar with energy patterns in our gross sensory experience. There's other people's bodies, there's our bodies, there's objects, there's sounds that are, the sound of a car driving by versus the sound of a bird chirping in a tree. They each have a sort of a coherence as an entity, a pseudo-entity of that gestalt of energy patterns that sort of fits together versus the bird chirping, which sort of fits together, and so on. And bodies are sort of energy patterns that have a relative coherence. Well, on these other subtler levels, there's similar things. There's energy patterns that have a kind of a pseudo-coherence, seeming to show up as entities. And we experience these things all the time. We often experience them as sort of moods, or dreads, or excitements, or things like this that are kind of a sort of a semi-coherent energy pattern with a flavor that sort of can seem to assume predominance within, just what we feel like, what our experience feels like. In medieval occultism, well, not just medieval, but largely, it was most typical of medieval occultism. There was all sorts of systems. They called themselves magic, and they had all of these spirits and demons and gods and things that supposedly could be contactable in magical, subtle ways, and somehow were supposed to be able to interact with reality on other levels in various ways. All of which sounds like a lot of hogwash and absurd superstition to our modern way of thinking. But what these were actually referring to is these kind of energy patterns that have their own sort of autonomous coherence that exist in these more subtle bandwidths of experiential energy. And these things are experienceable, these kinds of flavors. So, another aspect of this kind of exploration, if you play with this kind of exploring finer and finer and finer, subtler, more delicate, more diaphanous frequencies of experience, after you develop familiarity with some of these, call them levels or dimensions of quality, you'll discover there's things there. There's entities there. There's qualities there that have some degree of thingness about them. They seem to be something, and they're distinguishable from each other, and so on and so forth. And this phenomena can be very interesting to explore too. It's a lot like exploring things in the physical world, or beings, or people, or so on. There's a degree of interacting with these kinds of things and so on that can happen. And of course we do this in our dreams all the time. We're interacting with all sorts of subtle energy patterns that take on a seeming objectivity and a seeming qualitativeness and so on and so forth. And these experiences can be meaningful and pithy. You wake up and you go, gosh, there was nothing there. But it's not nothing, is it? Or those patterns there were patterns that were there. There were experiential patterns. And radiance, they're patterns of the energy field. But everything's patterned. You all are patterns of the energy field. And this room is a pattern of the energy field. All experiences, all experiential patterns are patterns of the energy field. And as humans, the normal human consensus reality these days is we're used to orienting to the physical energy patterns as if they were really there. They're things. They're like things and people and beings and all that, and they're real. But all these other levels aren't real at all. They're just like whatever. But in actual fact, subjectively, they're all equally real. They just have different qualities, different degrees of density, different dynamisms, and so on. And so this is another aspect of it can be fun to play with. So that's sort of a broad overview of some aspects of subtle energy. But the whole key of it, the whole thing that activates all of this exploration is to feel it. Energy is a felt texture, a felt presence. And so I'm talking about these different subtle planes and so on. They're distinguishable because they feel different, they have a different texture. Very much the same way that vision has a different texture than hearing, right? They're both experiential energy presences, but the texture is immediately just differentiable. You can feel what vision feels like as a texture. I mean, you can't say what it is, but nonetheless, it's effortless to distinguish vision and from hearing. And likewise, so you can take physical level phenomena and then look at etheric level phenomena, and they feel different. It's a much finer texture. It's a less physical texture. But etheric, one notch above physical, let's call it that. It is still pretty dense, but it's finer than physical.
What are we feeling it with?
Well, that's the question. What do you feel anything with? What are you seeing light with? Here, you're seeing light, right? You're seeing me? What are you seeing me with? You don't know. Well, you can't say.
Right.
You can't say what it is ultimately, but you can do it. So the trick is to explore what it is by being with it, rather than worrying about trying to pin it down. Because it turns out, ultimately, you can't pin it down. It's too weird, it's too nonlinear. It's too transcendental. I mean, you've probably heard me say transcendental many times over the course of this weekend, and I'm referring to something very specific, not just some vague, it's, whatever. It's literally, it does not resolve into anything. It's a question that you can say, what am I doing it with? Well, something is doing it. It's being done with something, but it's not a something you can find. It's not a something that you can resolve into a something that you can say, yeah, it's this. So that's what I mean by transcendental. It transcends coherence. It transcends being something that you can actually settle on. But everything is transcendental when you get down to it. So even the things that seem obvious, you can't find what we're seeing your experience. But if you look at what you're experiencing, you can't really find it either. Here's light, right? Okay, you're seeing light. Matter of fact, no-brainer. You're seeing light, right? Yeah, duh. What is light? What is it that you're seeing? Try and find light. I mean, obviously it's right here, so you don't need to look very hard to find it. But what is it that you're finding? You won't be able to answer that question. It's obvious. It doesn't go away. But you can't find what it is, can you? You can't settle on. You can't now I got it. That's light. Light is just exactly that. You can recognize light. It's obvious when light is present that it is light. But what is it? What is it? And it's just the same thing as what's seeing the light. Well, it's right here. You can't answer the question. It's an obvious presence. It's an obvious actuality. But you can't resolve it into coherence, into actually being something particular that you can identify. And that's what I mean by this word transcendental. So what seeing your experience is transcendental. What does this sensing is transcendental. But what is being seen is also transcendental, and what is being sensed is also transcendental, so there's no problem. We're used to thinking it's not transcendental. We're used to thinking, it's just light, it's right here, shines from the light bulbs, no problem, Sound isn't transcendental, it's just sound, the car drives by, it makes sound. Yeah, really? How does that happen? Well, the atoms are vibrating. Okay, really? Cool. What are the atoms? Yes?
What is it that keeps us from seeing the energy patterns all the time?
Well, we are seeing them all the time. We just don't recognize them.
What keeps us from recognizing them?
Because they don't fit into the way we're used to categorizing our experience. So we don't have a language or a category to get a handle on it with.
But sometimes you do see them.
Yes, of course. Of course. But there's all kinds of things we don't really have categories for, or that are vague. For example, we have all kinds of categories for physical. I can see bodies, and I can see the room, and I can see chairs. These are all known categories. It's very easy. But you walk in and you feel someone, and they're disturbed. They're sad or something, and maybe it's not because they're sitting here going, but maybe they're just sitting there, but you can just tell they're sad. But how can you tell that? What category is that? What sense are you using to know that? And again, you can't say. We just do it, but we can't say. And likewise, there's all kinds of qualities and basically patternings that we experience that they don't fit into the human description of things. So they're just there, but they're confusing, and we don't really think about them or do much about them. Unless you notice that they're there, like I'm suggesting is possible, and play with that and explore it.
So what is the exercise that helps us decondition ourselves?
Any of this, all of this, the basic principle of deconditioning is to notice the way in which experience is more subtle than we're used to categorizing it. So any experience is way beyond what we're used to thinking of it as being. And you can see this directly by just looking at any experience. That's the basic principle. And all these various exercises and tricks and stuff we've been playing with are just specific instances of that. It's all about, our idea of things is oversimplifications, like stick figures. And the experiential realities are subtle and complex and rich and multidimensional. And just noticing that fact, again and again, just gently. You don't need to do it heavy-handedly or stay in it or anything like that. Just letting yourself notice that every once in a while erodes the tendency to relate to these interpretive frameworks as being the be-all and end-all. So that's the whole deprogramming consists of just that simple mechanism. And you just play with it. It doesn't matter where you do it. If there's any way to do it. In other words, it's not like you need to deprogram, deconstruct this and deconstruct that and deconstruct this until everything's been deconstructed. You do it anywhere, and it goes across the board and softens up all of the tendency to orient to this sort of programming, this sort of oversimplifying of experience.
When you had us doing the exercise yesterday, when you said, look, feel my aura, then look at yours.
Sure.
So, sometimes you see, light, I saw a thing of light up to your mountainside or something, like a ball of light. It was, a flash kind of, but it was there. And one time when I was doing shiatsu, I've done body work on people, and I've seen white smoke, and I've seen this more than once. So it appears to look like white smoke on people.
Sure.
Does that mean anything?
Well, yeah, it means something, but it's not important in itself. It's a sign of being with the energy presence in subtler ways. It's important to understand that these subtle energies that we're calling them aren't this or that. There's not a way that they're supposed to be, or even one way that they are. There can be many different ways. Like when I say, feel someone's aura, there's not a particular thing you're supposed to see, you're supposed to feel. You'll feel it the way you do, and you might feel it a different way the next time. You might see things, you might feel things, you might have sort of kind of knowings. You might actually get like thoughts, like a word pops into your mind. I mean, who knows? In other words, there's no particular way that these energy engagements will appear to be. And they can be very flexible, and they can have all kinds of other aspects to them. But anything that you see like that is that order of phenomena, of course.
So it's categorizing the cell, that's somebody's aura, and that's,
No,
if it's red, it means they're...
No. This is not about categorizing. It's about getting beyond categorizing. Categorizing is a problem, not the solution. This is not about... I don't recommend building whole new maps of categories. You won't be doing yourself any favors at all. Even though that's what, most people end up doing.
That's the education system.
Yeah. So the point is to be with this stuff and to get beyond categories. And to notice the slipperiness of it. To notice sometimes it'll look like a flash of light, sometimes it'll look like smoke, sometimes it'll look like just some flavor or mood. Or like a taste. I mean, who knows? You can't categorize it, but it's slippery, it's dynamic, it's multidimensional, and that's the point. Not trying to lock it into being this or that. See what I mean?
Like, that's cool.
Yeah, enjoy it.
The next thing, right?
Yeah, enjoy it. And the actuality of it, the richness of it, the flavor of it, the meaningfulness of it, even if you can't say what the meaningfulness is. You can't say what it means, but you can feel it.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, wow, there's something there. And just that's just touching that is very powerful. You're opening yourself when you do that. You're expanding into what you really are every time you're with naked experience without categorizing. You had your hand up a little while on this? Okay. Yeah.
Peter, then exploring, and you've told us many times, and you just said it just a moment ago, what is experiencing your experience?
Yes.
So using that kind of as a jumping off point, and it gets infinitely weird. Like,
yeah.
I have no idea who's experiencing my experience.
Yeah.
And I have no idea. It's like, where's vision, all the senses, all the mind, all the subtle energies? It does feel like there's some kind of dark center.
Yeah.
Similar to what you were talking about.
Sure.
But it has no spatial context.
Yeah.
Where is it? I don't even know if this is here or it's in here somewhere else. What size is it?
All that. Yeah.
Is it microscopic? Is it as big as a galaxy?
Or are those categorizations even relevant?
Probably not. I'm sure they're not. But it's infinitely. You look inside deeper, and again, is it deeper? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Where is this thing that's experiencing?
Yeah. And where exactly? But it's actual.
But it's
What's looking through your eyes right now? What's looking through your eyes?
Absolutely.
There is a looking through your eyes, so to speak. There is a seeing of light, but what's doing it? It's actual, but you can't. It's transcendental. You can't. It's not a simple thing that is somewhere and is a some way. It's actual, but it's.
I find that the pronouns, I, that's a pronoun.
Not me. I'll settle for that.
I, me, mine, all that stuff. Or even you. But are fraught with difficulty. I mean, they're just like, somebody could mean anything by saying I.
The trick is, look what you really mean. Say I and feel what you're actually referring to. What is the I? What is what's seeing through your eyes right now? That's what I refers to.
Yeah. But it seems like in common conversation, I is this personality that has concepts and beliefs and all that jazz.
Sure.
So it's really off-putting, let's say, when somebody says I and they don't mean it. They mean something that's beyond it.
Sure.
And I think it causes a lot of confusion.
Well, language is the mother of confusion, of course.
Yeah.
But because, again, most people use words according to what they think the words mean, and very few people use words according to what they actually refer to, which is the powerful way of using words. If you use, the way I put that is, there's two ways to use language. You can use it definitionally, in other words, assuming the word means what it's defined as meaning. You can look it up in the dictionary and that's what it means. Or you can look at experientially what the word refers to. So, so if you have a word and you say light and someone looks in the dictionary, I know what light is. Light is, a luminous presence that is electromagnetic phenomena, whatever, right? The dictionary says, who knows what. Or, no, light is this, that is here in the field of vision. And so then you're using the word as a finger pointing at the actuality versus using the word as a reference to other abstractions. So it doesn't, in that mode, it never ties into reality. It's just, this word is defined as these 10 words, and each of those words is defined as 10 more words, and each of those words is defined as 10 more words. And it goes around in a circle. Where does it ever tie into reality? And so this is totally insane. Whereas if you use an experiential reference, so what is I? I is me, my being. What is my being? The presence of this experiential field. So this is I. I. So when I say I, this is I. When I say you, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, assuming there's an experiential field over there, which I can't know directly, but maybe there is. It looks as if there might be. But hey, who knows, right?
That's right.
So you is the hypothetical or possible experiential field that's over there, as opposed to your body or your personality or the way you just behaved or whatever. You are the continuum out of which all those specifics emerge, and so on and so forth. And same likewise with all words.
Just seems like the mother of confusion, especially the personal pronoun,
Yeah, sure, for sure. I mean, self-identification is a big issue, a big problem, because again, typically humans identify with their bodies or their personalities or their behavior or their self-image or God knows what. And all of those are very partial aspects of what we are. And what the actuality is always diverges drastically from what one thinks it is anyway. I mean, no one knows what they actually look like. No one knows what their personality actually is. We have these caricatures of them that we carry around as a virtual self-image that we think we are, or more typically we dread that we are. Excuse me, I want to get a cup of tea. You better not break her. I'll be back.
I was worried about the noise. At first I stopped it, but it's fine now. It's nothing off.
Oh, I can fix it for you, Peter.
Yeah.
Can I fix it for you? Just go sit.
That'll be delightful.
Delightful. That's what I am tonight. No. Tell me. I'm delightful. Smart.
Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. We will take a break before very long, but I know it's going to be drawn on. Whatever. So, this is really here. This presence is really here. All of this is really here. Just feel what it is. Let yourself feel what it is, without preconception. Feel whatever you're actually feeling. That's it. Everything I've been trying to communicate this whole weekend is just really basically summed up in that. Feel this actuality. It's not what you think it is. And by feeling it, you will discover what it actually is, which turns out to be wonderful. The main problem with all these interpretive frameworks is that they diminish it, they make it smaller, they make it less. By having a self-image or an idea of ourselves, it becomes much less than we actually are, and so we're not doing ourselves any favor by holding that as that way. And the same with the world. The world is an inconceivably wonderful thing, and we turn into this horrible little, small, diminished problem, where it's an incredible field of unbelievable beauty and profundity. And simply by feeling with openness, feeling with a question mark rather than an exclamation point, just feel what it is the way it is. Let it show you what it is. Let it show you what you are. Just that, bang. That's the whole deal right there. And all this other specifics is just little tricks and aspects of playing with that and engaging with that and breaking into it.
Seems so crazy, all this study and structure that a lot of us have gone through.
Oh yeah.
It can be a real hindrance.
Yeah, absolutely. With the best of intentions. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and there was a logic to it and a rationale, and it was explained to us, and okay, well, that sounds good. Well, try it. But it's sort of a matter of finding out for yourself. what's the actuality of the situation? What's the reality of the situation? And ultimately, you have to look here. You can't look at ideas and concepts and patterns and structures and philosophies. Ultimately, you have to look here. And all the great philosophers and the great spiritual beings and all that, they didn't get it from more philosophy. They got it from looking here. Buddha got it from looking here. He didn't get it from studying Buddhism. Buddha did not study Buddhism. Christ was not a Christian. It's just about what this is. This is the master teacher here. This is the master treasurer. And you learn it by feeling it. Simply feeling it. As humans, we're biased to think typically that feeling is sort of just some lesser thing. We have to think about it. We have to figure it out. Feeling is stupid. Thought is more intelligent. But feeling is inconceivably intelligent. But it's an irrational intelligence. It's not a logical intelligence that can be translated into words, which is why it's downplayed and poo-pooed in the human frame of reference, because you can't argue about it or talk about it. But it reveals a profound intelligence, the inherent intelligence, the intelligence of the energy itself, the intelligence of structure itself, which of course doesn't translate into words, it doesn't translate into logic. It's not logical, but it's profound and powerful, and that profundity and power is available, and because you are profound and powerful, because you are the same thing, what you are is capable of recognizing it directly without needing to translate it into logic, without needing to translate it into words. Just by the feeling of it, it wakes you up to what you are and what it is.
You gave him the breastfeeding cup. Good.
Of course, because it's mother's milk.
La leche league all the way, girls.
I kind of stashed that on the side because I like you.
There's a phrase you used before, Peter, that I was kind of evocative of subtle energy engagement and all that, and I don't know where it came from or whatever, but it just really resonated strongly with me. And it was something about acquiring the full size of your body or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And that really was an instantaneous key that feels like that takes in the skull of all of it.
Yeah, sure.
I used to me, the phrase came up when I first came across it, I'm wearing the room.
Yeah.
And then when you said that other thing, where I don't work with lineages or whatever, but the full size of your body is...
Yeah. Well, typically as human beings, we have a self-image where my body is here and it ends here. But if you look closely, your embodiment is the full field of experience. The full field of experience is the embodiment of your being, right? And your being doesn't stop here and what's this out here, well, that's being too, and the being that's here is the same being that's here, so I suppose that it's the same being, and that being is my being. It's the only being I can find, so if I have being, it must be this being that is here, and this being permeates the entire experiential field. So this is my being, this is my body, this is my embodiment. And this is a particular aspect of that embodiment. This is another aspect of that embodiment. If you want to, split hairs and all that, and that's viable. But essentially, it's taking a continuum and just looking at aspects of it.
And it just feels like the back of the book somehow. It feels like you go through that exercise of those frames and channels, and
sure.
that holds it somehow.
Yeah, sure. The full field of your experience is present, right now, like it always has been, always will be. And simply notice that, being with that, as that, without expectation, without categorizing it or preconditioned to it, and just feel what is here. Feel this that is here, and you will find the field of experience, and that's what's here, that's what's real, and feel what it is, feel the way that it is, and suspend belief in all that everything you've ever been told it is and everything people think it is, and just see for yourself, find out for yourself, what is this? Do the math, look for yourself.
And that's I.
Yeah, sure. That's what it is.
So would you say that's when you're that's like enlightenment? Like recently I've been reading, and this guy is saying that when people become enlightened, usually it doesn't happen until they die, but when they do become enlightened, they just leave their body. They reach a certain level of vibration, they leave, or if a certain level too low, they'll leave.
Sure.
And only some of the masters really who know how the tricks of the human body can be enlightened and stay embodied.
Well, I wouldn't say it's as simple as, you have to be in a certain limited bandwidth to be in the body, and then at a lower bandwidth you're out downwards, and in a higher bandwidth you're out upwards, or whatever. I think that's a little simplistic. But it's certainly true that with enlightenment, with realizing what this is, you are free of the body in the sense that you no longer identify with your body particularly as being more you than anything else.
So in that sense, you could say you've left your body
Yes.
behind.
Yeah.
Let it go as anything more significant than the sun or those stars or anything else.
It's a profound reorientation to what embodiment is. It's a profound reorientation to what experiential field is. And you discover that you are the whole field of reality, which happens to be the case. It's true for everyone, and realization isn't really a special condition. It's just noticing that that is the case. So, a realized being is not any different than an unrealized being. They just know what they are, versus the unrealized being doesn't recognize it because they're confused. But they're actually in exactly the same condition. It's not like one is better than the other or superior to the other or anything.
Can you say, if and how, after becoming realized or enlightened, it changed or didn't change the life of, the small you, Peter Brown?
Well, it changes it in many profound ways, but it doesn't change it. In another way, it doesn't change anything. My personality is very much the way it always was. My tastes are basically like they always were. There's there's virtually no investment in soap operas and dramas, where before there may have been some, in terms of a sense of what's important and what isn't. In terms of getting caught up in whatever.
Could you say your maybe decision-making processes or relationships?
Right.
Or,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear you. My functionality overall has gotten much more efficient and much more, let's just say more functional. Because there's no second guessing myself.
And maybe what some people would call intuition.
Yeah, sure. All that intuition, intelligence, just being functional. Mm-hmm. There's no hemming and hawing or wondering or anything. It's just all. It's all sort of direct engagement.
Do you still have creative desires to do something?
Sure.
Or, you know what I mean?
Sure.
You want
to
do something artistic or.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a musician. I like playing music, and I have a lot of urge to do that, and I do that quite a bit of the time. But my relationships to it is very different. I used to think of my music as partially as kind of a status thing, like I'm a musician and that's a cool thing, and I'm pretty cool for being a musician, and so on, all sorts of things like that. And now it's just something I really like to do, but there's no importance attached to it other than the fact that I like it. It's an enjoyable energy medium that I personally, because of my nature, I find a great deal of pleasure in.
Art ends up being a great pointer that way, because when any art is functioning at its highest level, you get out of the way of it.
Yeah, it's about the art. It's not about you.
And even if it takes a lot of training to learn to get out of your way and start dancing the dance, or letting the instrument play itself, or whatever threshold of homework that allows that, leaving the building.
Yeah.
In a way, it seems like you just see everything as art.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
that's a very good point. Everything becomes. It's not that it becomes, but you discover everything is the same.
Yeah.
So whereas previously one may have understood life to consist of all sorts of separate compartmentalizations and separate engagements and separate skills and so on and so forth, it all becomes a homogeneous energy dance. So everything whatsoever of this functionality is just an energy, dancing with the same energy in different guises, but it's exactly the same dance and exactly the same energy. So talking with people, playing music, going to sleep, walking, doing it, repairing a broken toilet, whatever. It's all the same energy dance. It's all being with form and intelligence and moving through an engagement in a way that seems appropriate until that morphs into something else.
This seems like when it morphs, I have to understand, sure, but like it's not a cause and effect thing, but it's kind of like you're disinterested, and it's so because it's like with itself, it's not going to keep presenting.
The same,
it's like you're not interested. It's just like, all right, next. But it's doing that all the time.
Yeah, things morph by their very nature, and in terms of function, that can seem to be a series of tasks or a series of engagement where, like today I'm at a talk, and then I'll be at dinner, and then I'll be at home, and I'll be, rearranging my suitcase or taking a shower or whatever. And so each of these functional moments, they're not there, and then they appear as relevant, and then they're engaged with, and then they recede in relevance and disappear, and then by that time it looks like some other kind of engagement, So the talk turns into driving home, turns into, taking a shower, turns into, surfing the internet, turns into whatever, but they're each essentially the same engagement of being with the forms that present themselves with intelligence and interest and whatever degree of artfulness shows up.
I think I was thinking more like everything's energetically, but like a resonance of some sort. I don't know. Like you said, when you feel it.
Right.
I mean, because it's instantaneous and it's all this experience. When I feel it, everything else comes. It's like. When I feel light, vibratory, and kind of disembodied in some sense, everything looks that way, or feels that way, or sounds that way.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what it's going with that.
That's cool.
I have no idea.
It's all good. Should we have a little break? Why don't we take 10 or 15 minutes and see what happens?
What instrument do you play?
Well, I all my life I've been playing guitar and drums, mostly sort of rock and fusion-y stuff and things like that. But the last 6 or 7 years I've taken up an Indian instrument called sarangi that I absolutely adore. And that's my current fixation.
Is that the round, long?
No, it's bowed. The sarangi is a very funny looking instrument. It's ugly. It's a squat sort of a rectangular box with all sorts of pegs sticking out of it. And you play with a bow, but it has this most haunting sound. It's a very emotional sounding instrument. It sounds kind of like a cello in reverb or something. It's a very cool sound, very dreamy sound. And the notes slide from one note to another, so it's very sort of watery sound.
What's the Beatles song that it's in?
Oh, it's in, It's on Sgt. Pepper's.
Oh, that's not the sitar. I'm thinking of the one.
No, there's a sitar too.
We were thinking
if you
about
listen
the
to,
space between
no,
us.
if you listen to that closely, listen behind the voice. There's an instrument going, it's
that
playing the
one.
melody.
That's
That's a
What
sarangi.
song is that, Beatles?
It's called Within You Without You
Within You
by
Without
Sgt.
You.
Pepper's.
So
That's the first time I heard that instrument that I was aware of. And just from that moment, in 1967, I heard that. I said, "What is that? What's making that sound? I gotta know what that is." Oh, no, I didn't. And I looked and I actually found, because I discovered, the sarangi players. Wow. And I found the recording of a sarangi player, and I was looking at the picture of this instrument and said, how does that bizarre, ugly instrument make this incredible sound? And how do you play it? The damn thing has 40 strings on it, 40 strings, and the strings run over and under each other. And I was looking at things, how do they play that? And you only play 3 strings, and all the rest of the strings are sympathetic strings, so they just ring underneath the strings you play, which is why it has such a rich sound. It's amazing sounding. But the technique is very bizarre.
Do you have anything recorded or anything online on your website? Any of this stuff?
Yeah.
Any of the music?
I probably have some in my phone here. I'll put some on during break here, and we can be entertained by some
I was just thinking
sarangi.
maybe it'd be cool to use some of that as background, like in the intro, before on this video.
I don't have any videos of sarangi in here.
Yeah, but I mean, I could just take it, or if it's something that I find that it seems like it would really work.
Sure, yeah. Well, if you look on YouTube, there's scads and scads and scads of sarangi videos of all different quality and all different styles, but there's some really beautiful stuff there.
You're a maniac, dude.
Yeah, I'll put some on.
It's a good thing. Peter.
Yeah?
Peter, sorry. He's as bad as you are. He's heading over to Starbucks right now, so make sure that he can download what's happened up until now, because at his hotel, the internet connection is very slow. He's going to go to the local Starbucks and download. It stays on Justin for a little while, and then they remove it. And he's been putting all of it on Peter's website. He makes sure he downloads every single one of these talks. He spent hours and hours and hours on this. That's the right.
Listen to what? There's tons of YouTube, but I don't have any. On my bandwidth, my anyway. No. I'm not quite as good a player as he is, but I'm working. I've only been playing for about 5 or 6 years, so.
Look at this. Wait. Here, love. Okay, take it. Take it. That's like a real baby. You should feel this. Wait, they give us look.
There's meat in there.
Yeah, it's like how heavy.
It's like a bean. Those heavy beans.
I didn't think it was going to be so like the whole thing, and it's like, feel it. It's heavy.
Baby around.
That surprised me. I think it's like millet. Yeah, that's what it is, right? Woo! Hey, baby. I'm gonna seem like these for our dogs in a row. With the hair and everything. Kind of fun to do.
I don't think that's the coolest sounding instrument I've ever heard. It's so trippy. No. Yeah. It sounds very un-American.
There's no breaks between it.
Yeah, it's very legato.
Yeah.
And also you often slide between notes, so that even the pitches are continuous.
Yeah, exactly.
Not always.
Right.
And sometimes you can put breaks in, like if it's bowed, so you can stop bowing. But generally, most usually the common style is very continuous bowing. My favorite style is more continuous.
How are you?
Well, it's bizarre. It's a very unusual instrument. It's unique in how you play it. First of all, the strings are very short scale. The scale's about like that. 3 main playing strings, or 3 playing strings. And the strings are floating about a ½ inch above the fingerboard, and the strings have strings running under them. And the way you play it is by sliding the side of your fingernail along the string. You're not actually pushing it down against anything. Yes, but it's bowed. So with your right hand you're bowing, and with your left hand you're sliding your fingernails up and down the string. And up and down 3 strings.
Are there markers or is it more like
No markers. You just learn where the pitches are. The body like muscle memory, just learns how to do it. You learn where they are, and then you know where they are, kind of thing. When you first start playing it sounds like you're torturing a cat or something. Horrible. It's much worse than listening to violin beginners or something. But then when you begin to get the hang of it, the magic starts happening. It's like, oh, yes. Well, Indian music typically is improvised. It's improvised within a raga, which is a fairly rigid structure of certain notes and certain scales you're allowed to play in certain orders and stuff. But within that scale, then you can sort of play whatever you want. Yeah. So if you listen to 3 musicians play the same raga, or even the same musician play the same raga on 3 consecutive occasions, you'll hear completely different performances, but it'll be recognizably that raga compared to another raga. If the musicians do a good job and obey the rules. Yeah, exactly. That's a good analogy. Think how different they could be. Yeah, exactly. So, because raga is more about a flavor, which is communicated by the particular scales and the rules. But as long as that flavor's in there, you can play any melodies you want within there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a long time my sister liked it.
Some of the ragas sound very like this is a rather non-Western raga because it uses a flat fifth and some other notes that isn't usually used in Western melody. So it sounds foreign, you know. But not all the ragas are like that. Some are even more so. Some of them sound like they're Martian. But some of them sound like very pretty melodies. They're like minor melodies or like blues or something. They're all different kinds of scales. Indian. This is Indian music, raga.
No, not yet. But I'm doing pretty well, yes. Maybe she'll be visiting me.
Terrific. It's so seductive. I listen to it and I'm just gone. I just go right into it. Yeah, oh, totally.
The main line.
Some visit for
Yes, there is. There's one video. There was the last retreat from Joshua Tree. One night, people, I had the saranga with me because we were driving in, and one night people said, "Bring the saranga down, play it after the meeting." So I brought down, was playing, and Jeff videoed it. So it ended up online somewhere. Oh yeah, because different players have different styles, and it's quite recognizable. It's like listening to John Coltrane or Miles Davis. You know, you can hear their style. I like this guy's style quite a bit, but there's another guy I like much more than that. And there's some people I like a lot less. Because there's a broad range of sarangi can be played. The modern fashion is to play sarangi kind of aggressively and abrasively, where you're kind of the notes are jumping out a lot. My favorite style of playing it is playing it more smoothly and almost like you're humming to yourself. It's a much less aggressive style. It's a smoother style of bowing and more legato and more slow. And it gets very He's kind of in the middle between those two. But the modern fashion is to go more towards the aggressive style. Let me see if I have one in here that's...
Didn't matter, it was over.
It's the style I really like. Let me see.
Oh, okay, I see, because you simply tossed it. Yeah.
This guy's nice.
Angie does something similar. She'll be painting something, and it feels like it's finished, but there's a hint of doubt. She'll set it aside. She can come back to it a week later or a year later. It doesn't matter. Somewhere in there, she'll see it again. She'll go. She'll think about it and know exactly what the next thing is. She pulls it out again and goes.
I think that's what you hear. It's not quite so loud.
Are we coming back to ring the school bell?
Sure. He sort of plays almost like he's sort of internally sort of humming to himself or something, instead of like playing like I'm doing a show and here's the music and let me. Yeah, so it's sort of more inward, and it's a softer, smoother bowing, and I really like. It just melts me. It's a wonderful rocking. Well, it's the style of playing. It's not the rock. He could be playing anything in this style, and it would have a similar flavor. I'm talking about his touch, really.
Just expansive.
Yeah, it feels more expansive to me like that. The more aggressive style of playing seems more sort of focused and all kind of smaller in a way, even though it's more bombastic. This style to me is more reflective. There's not many recordings of him. He's no longer with us, so he's probably not too available. But you probably wouldn't remember the name. I can write it down for you. We're almost back. Are we back? Did we go anywhere? So, anyway, we're coming into the final home stretch of this weekend. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you. And we have another hour or 2 hour and a half, or however long we're going will feel like, to be with this stuff. And anything that's come up that feels unresolved to you or questionable, or you have any comments or observations about it or anything at all, this would be the time to bring it up and we can explore.
I have a minor technical, mechanical question, I suppose.
Sure.
Why should it be that noticing is accumulative? Why doesn't that bank account start from scratch every time?
I think it's because you're reminding yourself of something you already know. So it's a familiarity that's actually already there that you're rekindling.
Okay.
I think that the mode of experiencing, for example, when we're infants, when we're, like a tiny baby that's 1 month old or something, they're experiencing their experience very rawly and nakedly, and not in the context of any categories, for example. So we all have this as a remembered mode, as a native mode, and we all have that mode, and we've had these other layers added on top of it of learning to speak, learning to behave properly, learning to be toilet trained. I mean, all these things that we, sort of layers have been piled on top. But that early layer didn't go anywhere. It's still there. It's had all this stuff piled on it. And I think noticing is a kind of a retuning into a very familiar and a very native mode. So since it's already a part of us, as soon as you scratch the surface, it's available. It's not like you're learning a new skill from scratch, where you need to really, develop your chops. It's more like you're reminding yourself of something that you already have.
Right.
And so as soon as you do that, it all of a sudden the availability just blossoms spontaneously, because you remember the lusciousness of that. You remember the joy of that. And so it's you kind of.
I read your book. I really enjoyed it. And, in the beginning, there was just like a very brief biographical account, and you kind of talked about kind of the unfolding of the recognition, and just kind of wondering, and that it was kind of like a process of understanding. If you could like go back in time and like in the midst of that unfolding, or when you thought you were going crazy or something, give yourself advice, about the process.
Oh, God, if only.
You would tell your younger self, or would you not say anything?
I would say a whole lot. In my particular process, I didn't have anyone like me. I didn't have a skilled advisor per se. I mean, I had exposure to this amazing being who was catalytic and just blowing my head off. Yeah, basically initiating me, whatever. But he was not a teacher. He was not an explainer. He didn't fill in the gaps. He was more like a demolitions expert. So he comes in and blows it up, and that's it. That's that. And you're left with the rubble to clean up. So I was kind of on my own, flailing around, and I was a stupid. Apologies. I was an ignorant young person, relatively, from my advanced perspective as a wise old man. And so I was flailing around, trying all kinds of shit, and just trying to make it up as I went along. And I was not very skillful, and I flailed around a lot. And if I had someone like myself now, who could be a competent guide, basically, or sort of a reference point of, that looks good, but you might want to watch out for this aspect of it. You're getting yourself into trouble by whatever, right? So yeah, there's a whole lot, I would say. I mean, I don't know specifically what. I mean, specific advice would be,
with low profile.
Well, that for sure.
Anti-memberships.
There's two overall rules for functioning well in life. And actually, there's one rule, which is don't piss off the guys with the guns. Which also includes don't piss off the rich people. But that's kind of one in the same. I'm sorry. Just to say. So, yeah. So, I mean, the main thing I would have advised myself is kind of what I'm advising you all, which is that the most powerful and the clearest way to be with this stuff most efficiently is to just be with direct raw experience and ignore all of these philosophies and interpretive frameworks and isms and this and that and all this overblown interpretive frameworks, because I basically after having the rug pulled out very thoroughly from under myself in the sense of my reality when I was 22, I flailed around until I was about 46 before it really settled down. It kind of clicked for me. And during those 20-something years, I basically I said, God, there's got to be something in humanity that someone else is referring to this that I have experienced coherently. And so I looked at everything. I mean, I was looking at all the isms and religion and spirituality and, voodoo and crackpot, new age, insanity. I mean, it was a full spectrum. Somewhere in human, exploring of experience of reality, there's got to be someone that's touching on something like this.
What you had
Yeah,
experienced.
yeah, because I knew this was an actuality, and I was reading all this stuff and it seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with it. Like, what are these people talking about? This doesn't have much relationship to what I experienced, and so basically I mean, not that I necessarily wasted it per se, because it was my process. But I, essentially wasted a lot of time. I was relatively inefficient, much more so than I would have been had I had competent advice. As far as don't give them too much credence. Don't waste too much time on this stuff because it's not going to. All it's going to do is tie you in knots, or else you'll see it's nothing and it'll be a waste of time. So I mean. The real big piece of news, the real big teaching per se, is that reality is right here and it's available just in the nature of immediate experience itself, and simply attending to that outside the context of interpretive frameworks, it will show you what it is very directly, very efficiently. That's real powerful news and real big news, and it's also really, really efficient. The most efficient way to be with this stuff at all is just plug right into the real thing.
Just out of curiosity, was there anything towards the end of your search to kind of put the pieces together that helped make it clear? I'm just curious, like any sort of teachings?
No, not per se. It was all
after a while, it kind of just fell together.
Well, it's all an internal process. I mentioned yesterday, really this whole strange process of unfoldment happens underneath the table. It happens intrinsically. It's much less about what you're doing, or what you seem to be doing, or not doing for that matter, or whether you think you're doing a good job or not, or whether you think you're succeeding or not, because it's all sort of more deep processes that are not particularly explicit.
It's all just a reflection anyway.
Yeah. And so it sort of does itself behind the scenes, and then it sort of gently comes into focus.
Do you think there's any, like a certain way to raise a child to not have so much of that veil of deception, where they have to go through like a big breakdown and whatever to attain enlightenment?
Well, my personal opinion about that, and it's just in my opinion, is to continually point out that people's ideas about things aren't fact; they're just interpretations. So people think you're supposed to walk around with clothes on, and so that's sort of the rules that everyone plays by. But there's no real reason why you need to, unless it's too cold out or something, and all these kinds of things. Just to point out that human conventions aren't absolute or aren't true; they're just sort of arbitrary things that people that people have decided upon, or more simply just ended up doing, that everyone kind of does. And that's a really good thing to point out. And it doesn't really matter then what you do, as long as you're aware that it's sort of arbitrary, and that way you're not liable to be so susceptible to the brainwashing of, oh, there's a certain way I'm supposed to be, I need to be this way, I need to do what people are doing. You get that it's all sort of a game that the people are playing. It doesn't really matter, and it could be completely different and would be just fine too. But you may as well play the game that everyone else is playing, because that way you don't get locked up or whatever, right? It's a matter of convenience rather than a matter of that it's like that, so it's real, it's true. Someone, oh yes.
Getting back to your own journey, what other people have influenced you, or do you find solidarity with today that are speaking a similar language, and what other ideologies, you mentioned Buddhism or Dzogchen, those things have helped to shape your language about your experience.
Yeah. I don't know that any of them have helped to shape my language. I think of the sort of established spiritual philosophies and spiritual traditions, the two that I think are truest and most accurate are Dzogchen and Kashmir Shaivism. And they're actually very similar, although they put things in a slightly different way, of course. But their basic the way they hold things to be is very close to the way things actually are, to my experience. And in terms of modern teachers that I think that I agree with or that are similar to me.
Dead or alive, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, dead teachers, Nisargadatta was wonderful, of course, if a little obtuse.
Who did you say?
Nisargadatta. Yeah, Mr. I Am That. He was wonderful. Who else? Teachers. Oh, there's a wonderful guy named Nityananda, who was Muktananda's guru. I like Muktananda a lot too, actually. I know Muktananda's kind of on people's blacklist because apparently he was exploiting his students sexually and all kinds of stuff like that. But whether or not that was the case, it has nothing to do with what he was presenting, and what he's presenting was right on the money. He may or may not have been a dirty old man, but that's his business.
Like Gandhi, right?
Yeah, right. And but then again, he was coming within a context of Kashmir Shaivism, so that's probably why I like him, because as I said, I like Kashmir Shaivism. I don't know. There's a lot of teachers, what they're saying essentially is all right and not wrong, but the problem is the practicality of it and the usefulness of it. I try to present, that's why I call this a yoga. I present it as something you can actually engage with, something you can actually explore, so that to me makes it practical rather than a theoretical thing or a sort of a holiness thing where, oh, this is holy and, get all teary about it or something. It is holy and it is exquisite, but that's a given, so there's no point getting all caught up in that. That comes with it, and you can enjoy that as much as you want, but that's beside the point almost. There's a lot of modern teachers that have a lot of good things to say, but in my opinion, again, mostly they seem to leave it. It doesn't seem to be particularly practical or efficient. Or what's worse is it's downright misleading, where they might, advocate a lot of meditation or advocate a lot of whatever, that if it's not very skillfully done, can just be a dead end. A lot of meditation is recommended in all sorts of spiritual traditions these days. And the problem with meditation is often meditators think that meditation in itself is a good thing. And so I'm going to meditate, and I'm going to meditate 2 hours a day, and I'm going to meditate 2 hours every day for the next 30 years or forever because it's a good thing. Meditation is an experiment, and the point of an experiment is to see what there is to see by doing the experiment. So if you meditate once and discover what meditation is, that's fine. Meditation is done. You don't need to do it anymore. Meditation is not something where you're getting brownie points for doing it. or something, you know. It's an experiment. And it's not particularly better or worse than any other experiment. Taking drugs is an experiment. You know, coming to talks like this is an experiment. You know, feeling your experience is an experiment. All these different things are experiments, and they have no value in themselves. It's what you discover through the experiment that has the value. And so a whole lot of spiritual practicality, you know, meditate or you know, eat a certain way or this or that, may or may not be good for you in various ways, but in terms of spirituality, in terms of realization, they don't have, there's nothing there, there's no point to it. And a lot of teachers don't make this very clear. But see, I'm an efficiency freak. I'm interested in one thing, you know, discovering the nature of reality, which is possible and actually pretty easy, albeit that very few people seem to actually do that, even though it's easy. But nonetheless, that's what I'm interested in. So I try to present a practical and efficient and very simple and clear approach to what's going on with all of this. And I feel like a lot of modern teachers, even if what they're saying is essentially accurate, is not really like that. It's not necessarily clear or practical or efficient.
See, that's what I run into, is that if this is unconditional, what we're after, then all methodologies and techniques, which are themselves conditional, how can that come upon the unconditional, unless it's just like it happens in spite of that.
Exactly.
In spite of the techniques, in spite of the methodology.
Exactly. So all these methodologies and techniques are just liable to be traps if you get caught up in them as being important. They're just distractions.
Like you were saying yesterday, they're diving boards.
Yeah, they're diving boards, and the point of a diving board is to jump off it.
Yeah.
Not stand on it and say, God, I love this diving board, it's so good. My life is being so enriched by having this diving board. I'm going to sit on this diving board every day. It's like, yeah, okay, but it's there to jump off of.
No, that's too scary.
Well, listen, that brings up a point. You know, if the diving board is that precise that you know, okay, I'm walking along the diving board now. I'm not just walking along the shore. I'm actually walking along a specific diving board. Then you will know that, well, I've reached the edge. Now I can jump off.
Yeah, if you know it's a diving board. But the problem is, all of these techniques are actually diving boards. But the people that have been explaining them haven't been explaining that they're diving boards necessarily. They've been explaining.
So how do we know when we've jumped off? Now I know when I have, but I mean, I'm asking, like, how do we know?
You can tell when you've jumped off that you can't say what it is. When you can say what it is, then you're still on the diving board. And what I mean by that is anything whatsoever. When you've jumped off the diving board, it's all of a sudden, what? Where? Who? Yeah, it's a deep end.
There's a guy, Sadhguru Guru from the Isha Foundation. Talks a lot like that. Are you familiar with him?
No, I don't believe so. What's his name?
How do you pronounce this? Sadhguru?
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Is he black?
He's Indian.
Oh, Indian,
Yeah.
but not black.
My other question is, when you were younger, that old Italian fellow, how come he ditched you when you wanted to get married?
Well, he didn't ditch me.
Oh.
He advised me against it.
Oh, okay.
Which pissed me off because I basically said, fuck you. I love this girl, I want to marry her. But I think my personal theory is my personal theory is he did it on purpose because he wanted to kick me out of the nest. He saw that I was too oriented towards him, and he knew that that's not what was going on. He just stand on my own 2 feet, so he sort of engineered this situation where I got pissed off, and then it kind of estranged us.
You know, that addresses something, though. I saw all that as a sort of a test of both of us, but I think that what happens very often to students is that they idolize a teacher instead of doing the exploration themselves.
Yeah, it's a big
You have to hear
mistake.
what's being said to you, but only because it's kind of like somebody saying, You know, you're not going to ever learn math unless you put away your calculator and start doing the math.
Yeah, it's a big mistake to orient to teachers. It's not about teachers, it's about what the teachers are oriented to.
The teacher's the driving force.
It's not about the Buddha, it's about what the Buddha was interested in. You know, and in spirituality all the time you find, you know, people, and you know, it's an understandable mistake because, you know, this person may seem to be a provider of something that seems to be really valuable, and so the natural tendency is to kind of orient to them, and it makes sense. But the trick is to rather than orient to them, orient to what they're oriented towards, and sort of bypass them, and then they're your compatriot rather than your, you know, your leader or your superior or your.
Instead of devotion.
Yeah.
And that's true for anything, right? The teacher's role is to become obsolete.
Absolutely. You know, the teacher's role is to empower you to be what they are, or more, or whatever.
Yeah.
Not to create a, you know, a zombie.
Right.
A zombie clone,
Yeah.
unless it's a scam. You know, if I want to get a lot of money, then I'll, like, you know, worship me. You know, you may kiss my feet. You know, and all of a sudden I'll get all these people throwing money at me and, you know, buying things and all. You know, but I don't think money and spirituality should mix at all. Minimally, as far as expenses go, because it's the real world and stuff. But, you know, it's not a business. There's nothing to sell. You know, it's
Something to share.
Yeah, it's priceless. It happens to be a fact that this is an amazing phenomenon, and it's really cool. And so it's just like, hey, you know, you can enjoy it for yourself and check it out for yourself as much as you want if you want to. Yeah, exactly. Sure.
Who would want to do that?
Yeah, that's
It takes an honor to do that.
I suspect the 1% really like having a 99% to feed on. Yeah.
I wonder if there's any, not, my mind's probably making this up, but any relationship between, like, in a lot of religions, love is a very big deal. You know,
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
And also you talk about, like, the intimacy of you with your experience
Right.
is one.
Yes.
Is there a relationship there? Is that part of what you also?
Well, that's what love really is. Love is intimacy, and all of reality is that intimacy. So you could say all of reality is love. The problem with love is it's frequently misappropriated and interpreted in personal terms and in emotional terms. That love is this mushy feeling of attachment to another person or to another situation or something like that, which is an aspect of this intimacy, and is kind of fueled by this intimacy because you kind of get an intimation of that intimacy in some context, but then you misappropriate it or misidentify it as being the person or the situation as being the thing, rather than that in this context you're tuning into something which is basically an inherent universal principle. You know, true spirituality is essentially impersonal. It's the nuts and bolts of reality itself. It's the nature of what reality is. It's not about the personality or personal feelings or this kind of thing. Although, paradoxically, personality and personal feelings are that. But it's kind of the other way around.
So true love is not like the emotional, mushy attachment type of love.
No, true love is the essential harmony of all reality with itself, the essential unity of all reality with itself.
And the word inclusivity comes up.
Yes, absolutely. Inclusivity. Yeah.
It doesn't exclude anything.
No.
Same with like compassion, right? Where people confuse that whole
Exactly,
you have to be nice. Like no, sometimes telling someone to fuck off is the most compassionate.
Sure. I mean,
Go to hell.
if you look at what compassion is, if you look at the word compassion, it's calm, which means with, and passion, which means feeling. So feeling with. In other words, an accessible openness of feeling. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, is feel the reality of your experience. Feel your experience as it is. In the context of which you will be feeling the reality of all people and all things, because they are real. And in this feeling, this is the true compassion. It's an intimacy of engagement. It's an intimacy of energy engagement. It's an intimacy of experiencing. Nothing is hidden in experience. Everything is what it is. And being with that is compassion. But it's not, again, it's not personal, it's not mushy. It's just, it's intimacy.
I guess the same is true with God. These terms are just so fraught with, definition by,
Exactly.
it's kind of hard to talk
When you
about
look at what God is, you find reality. God is reality if it's anything, and this is reality.
Oh, yeah.
And it happens that you are this, so you are God. And there we got that crosses off half of the famous sayings in antiquity. And and God is available. Definitely orient to God. Make God the most important thing in your life and all that, which a lot of simplistic religion would say. And I say, yeah, but what they're saying is feel this, be intimate with this, notice that you are this, and absolutely integrate with this fullness that you actually are, which is union with God. But it's kind of a poetic way of putting it. You don't need to use those terms, because the thing is the thing itself,
Right.
and it is not limited to being,
As opposed to like a personal mediator to whatever.
There is no mediation. Mediation is a fiction. It's a fantasy. Nothing mediates anything to anything else.
There's no separation.
There's no
So
separation.
the mediator.
There's no separation. There's no separate
Not separate from
entities.
your experience.
I mean, that's why it's all poetry, because intimacy is not an intimate enough word for intimacy.
No, exactly. Sure.
Closer to
Yeah.
that.
I mean, no word is. This actually. I started talking about the first day yesterday. Started talking about this that way, and we've reiterated it in many guises. This actual condition cannot be expressed. It cannot be put, and so all words and all ways of putting it are inadequate. What this is completely transcends intimacy. It transcends love. It transcends God. It is what it really is. It is itself. And you can be with it. You can see without limit what it is, what that is, what you are. And then you discover what all these words really mean.
Yeah.
Without being limited to or hampered by the confused implications of the words themselves.
But don't you think that if we practice on a daily basis in our relationships, our jobs, those things, even if we're practicing, we're acting upon what we know intellectually to be true,
Sure.
that it still has the opportunity to perpetuate a greater experience of feeling,
Right?
even though it's still in an intellectual stage many
Sure,
times.
it can. Sure, it can. The whole key to any kind of practice, any kind of functioning, is intelligence. The more intelligently that anything is participated in, the more effective it will be. The more fruitful it will be. The whole key to spirituality is the whole key to life, which is intelligence. Stupidly or mechanically doing things is stupid and mechanical. Whereas doing things intelligently, doing things sensitively, doing things engagedly is fruitful and productive and efficient. And the more so you can be with it that way, the more so that's the case. And again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with imperfect functioning, i.e., in other words, working from an intellectual level or something. That's great. Just be with it any way you can, but be with it as intelligently as you can, as sensitively as you can, and just by doing that, it will unfold and it will develop and become more subtle and more sensitive and more true. Let's say. I mean, that's why we were talking earlier when we were talking about some of these silly experiments. There's nothing wrong with imagination. It kind of primes the pump, and again, if you're not stupid about it, if you do it with any degree of intelligence or sensitivity, it can kind of ramp up and develop into the real thing. But it's all a matter of, again, of sort of genuineness, of intelligence, not of anything that you do sort of stupidly or mechanically is just going to be liable to be stupid and mechanical. Right? And then it might or might not do something by a matter of luck, but
there's nothing wrong with having frame of reference or having a frame of reference.
no, nothing about that. Frame references are fine.
You need to recognize that's just another major mode of your experience.
Frames of reference are fine. Thought is fine. Emotion is fine. Getting caught up in your shit is fine. But the trick is just recognize that they are that, and that they're happening in a context which is much more and other than that. It's all a matter of proportion. It's, nothing is better or worse than anything else. No motive. It's not like being a human being is bad and you're supposed to be something else which would be better. It's not like that at all. All of our human modes are just absolutely fine. The problem isn't the human modes. The problem is confusing them with what they aren't. When you confuse, nothing wrong with interpretive frameworks. We interpret all the time. We interpret. This is a room. The walls are green. This is a recorder, and I'm Peter Brown. Okay, fine. Those are all interpretations. None of those are actually true in an ultimate sense, but that's fine. So it's an interpretive framework. Cool. It can be practical and useful. But I don't think I am Peter Brown. I don't think that this is a room. I know for a fact it's not. So I'm not confused by the use of the interpretive framework. If I started to believe my own interpretive framework, start to believe my own bullshit, in other words, I'm liable to trip myself over it. And this is the human dilemma. When we mistake our interpretive framework for actuality, we trip over ourselves. We get all bollocksed up, and it's just because you're mistaking one thing for another. This is really an important point. It's so deeply embedded in our human framework that there's conditions which are better and conditions that are worse. And when you approach spirituality, it's easy to have, even if you have an intelligent view, it's still easy to have a subtle bias that, but this way of being with it is better, and this way of being with it is worse. It's almost unavoidable. But in actuality, there is no better and worse. The trick is not to get away from worse and to move to better. The trick is pure and simple to see what things are. Just see what it is. You don't need to, go to this and go away from this. It's not about that at all. Just see what it is. Interpretive frameworks are not fine. Thought are not fine. Emotion are not fine. Being neurotic are not fine. You can be totally insane. You don't need to be sane. You don't need to be a healthy person or a nice person. You can be completely dysfunctional. Just see what it is, and you will be liberated. Liberation is not dependent upon being a perfect person. It's not dependent upon being sane. It's not dependent upon being nice. It's not dependent upon being functional. I have said many times, and I will say again just for its shock value, you could be a serial killer or a child molester and be a realized being.
What a relief.
Right. That's good news for some of us, isn't it? We won't name names. Don't ask, don't tell, but just in case.
Your phone numbers are out.
No, but this is another fallacy that's a huge impediment. Because we look at ourselves and we know we're imperfect. God, I'm flawed, I'm neurotic, I'm a jerk, I got all tweaked up emotionally and all this and stuff. It's really easy to think of that, so I'm limited, I'm stuck, I've got to transcend it, I've got to fix that. And then you spend your whole life coming down on yourself and trying to improve yourself because you think that's going to lead to something. That's fine. You want to do self-improvement, that's all fine, but it has nothing to do with liberation. It has nothing to do with reality. And in actual fact, you don't need to not be neurotic in order to find reality.
Do you think there's a large percentage of people considered mad or on medication who stumbled on it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because people who are mad by definition may have flexible frames of reference. But not necessarily. You can also be mad and be caught up in just some very non-consensus reality frame of reference, but still be equally stuck in it.
Yeah. Homeless people seem to have an edge on it.
Can do. I mean, it's all a matter.
Well, I mean, just that their situation, I think, makes it very easy.
Generally speaking, in my opinion, this is sort of irrelevant. It's just really gossip. Generally speaking, people who are less than successful, less than at the epitome of human functionality, have a spiritual advantage. People who are failures, and being a failure can be a big advantage in spirituality, because you're less likely to be caught up in the whole success thing. I mean, if you're successful, why should you rock that boat? God, I'm famous and I'm young and handsome and healthy and rich and everyone loves me. It's like, so let me leave all this and go and like, what, are you kidding? I ain't going anywhere. Whereas if you're like, sort of a little bit fucked and a little bit, just like muddling through and not really knowing anything and, kind of faking it and trying to make a go of things with some degree of success.
Which most highly successful people come to see anyway.
Yeah, well, that's what everyone really is. Even successful people actually are that. But that's actually because then you're a little unstable. You're destabilized. You're shaken up, and destabilization and being shaken up is the ideal perspective for spiritual investigation.
The annihilation of hope.
Yes. Yeah, hope is the worst. Hope is spiritual death, because you're fixated on wanting things to be a certain way. And the very nature of spiritual engagement is letting go into the unexpected. And hope is so targeted. Hope is hanging on to an expectation. Yes, desperation. And desperation's okay, but free-floating desperation is much more productive than targeted desperation. It's ain't for everyone. Most people aren't honest enough to...
It seems like we all have like a bag of tricks, and in some way, and you kind of you get to a point where you're like, I'm done. I've tried every trick I can think of, and it's I'm done. I don't have anything left.
Sure.
Like there's nothing.
Totally fucked, and we're okay with that.
But remember,
from a rational perspective.
Yeah, but in success or functionality in consensus reality terms is not necessarily the same as true success or true functionality.
Right.
True functionality is to be what you are, not to be successful or make a lot of money or be popular or fit in or whatever. I mean, however we're defining consensus reality success. And so letting go of orienting towards consensus reality success is huge. Not that you need to not be successful, but it just has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
But as long as you're oriented towards it, that's just another anchor, and you're just weighed down by it.
Can you come over and explain this to my parents?
If they come here, I'll explain it. Anyone who shows up here gets the explanation.
You're willing to
The dinner party.
I don't proselytize.
tomorrow. Here, bring your parents' day.
Letting go of letting go.
Now I can see all the girls' friends used to hang out at our house. Realize that. So it's like, your mom and dad are cool. Oh yeah, well,
So you guys have kids?
daughters.
Are they like the way you are?
They're much cooler than me.
Are they enlightened?
They actually have friends. Really nice ones. These crazy people. Well, what do you mean?
I mean, like, are they enlightened or are they realized? Or...
No, they're but I think they're fairly free. They don't need to be like us to be themselves, and they are. We've always encouraged them to just follow their intuition, be who they are.
But what's been interesting to me with that throughout my whole life, really, it's always seems like there's the goats and the sheep that, my son has a multitude of friends that are at our house all the time, and there are some of them that love hanging out with us because they get it. They're young, they get it. My son's been living with us for 25 years. He doesn't get it. But some of his friends do.
Yeah.
And they recognize it. They're on that path. I've been on this path since I'm very young.
Yeah, it's
So I
individual.
can't put them on that path.
No, it's individual. Everyone
Right.
has to come to this themselves, and everyone has their own unique capacity to recognize this or be with this. And it's not formulaic. You can't engineer it. You can't force it. It's either there or it's not.
Right.
So you just have to let people be what they are, and people find their way.
Right.
Whatever's right for them, hopefully that's what they'll end up doing.
Well, the thing is that no way is the only way.
Can you talk about that? I find that the more I work on this path, the more I want to be completely free of like all dogmas, being around people's energies I don't want to be with. It's somewhat isolating, but also it is more free.
Sure.
I want to have complete choice
Sure.
all the time
Well, you do.
to do what I want.
Well, you do.
And anyone who blocks me in, I want to get rid of that.
Okay. Well, getting rid of is an interesting issue. You may or may not be able to get rid of it, but you don't need to succumb to it. You don't need to orient to it as being relevant. Disagreement is not a problem; it's just disagreement. And if someone disagrees with you, so they disagree with you, so that's fine. It's a non-issue unless it's an issue, and it's only an issue if you hold it's an issue. And yes, you are alone. It's important to understand you're alone, and as humans, we're by our orientation, we're essentially tribal creatures, and so we have a very strong inclination to find others who are, who feel similar, or who look the same, or dress the same, or have some kind of a similarity to them. And this is a strong urge in our makeup. But in actuality, you are alone. There's no one inhabiting your experiential field but you, and there's no one who has your values than you. And so, there's a profound solitude in reality. You're really alone in a profound way. But there's an important point here: the difference between aloneness and loneliness or separation or lack. The fantasy of loneliness is that there's a lack or a separation or something missing. You're alone, but you are absolutely complete. You're alone, but you're the entire universe. So you're alone, but you're everything. So there's no lack, there's nothing missing, there's no separation. You're alone, but you have everything and everyone. And so seeing the actuality of that, it adjusts itself to that, and it adjusts itself to that as a fullness, as a sufficiency, rather than as something missing or a lack or a neediness. The fantasy that there is something missing, that you are inadequate and you need something, and you can possibly find it through someone or someone's or some situation, is an inaccurate fantasy, because that's not really the case. So the trick again is to see what the situation here really is, see what you really are, and then you discover directly that that's not the case. And so that, if you cross it off the list, it just becomes a non-issue.
This is what I find is just being with the experience is just so nourishing.
Yeah, it's a
so
fullness.
Peaceful
It's a
by
fullness.
itself.
Yes. It's a fullness, it's a completeness, you already are it, you are all of it, with absolutely no lack or anything missing, eternally. And that is the eternal, that's the actual condition, that's the eternal condition.
And you can't go get it.
You can't go get it, and you can't make it not that if you wanted to. It is that. Regardless of what you do or don't do, or want or don't want, it is that. And so, but seeing that it is that reveals a fullness and a satisfaction and a completeness that renders the whole issue of, why would you or could you even conceivably through with that?
And I found what you say about not, and it was too heavy-handed in my earlier explanation. It's like I don't want to get rid of something. It's like I don't want to give it energy.
Right.
I want to move away from.
Yeah. Sure. It's a matter of, you don't need to orient to it. But the way to not orient to something is not to not orient to it. The way to not orient to it is to orient to more than it. And then it recedes in importance. When you orient, the more bigger you orient to, the smaller any particularity becomes. As long as you're orienting towards or away from anything, you're in that game again, you're feeding it. You're actually trying not to orient to something is orient towards it. Trying to get away from something is going towards it because you're fixated on it. Whereas letting go of whether you're oriented to it or not actually drains it of energy. It's like trying to, like we were saying earlier, was it earlier or yesterday? I don't remember. Trying to fix a problem, orienting towards to do something to try and remedy a situation, actually energizes the situation you're trying to fix, or to solve a problem. Actually, energizes the problem you're trying to solve. Because in orienting away from it, you're giving it importance, which is to orient away from something is actually subtly orienting towards it. So you're feeding it. An overall rule in all of this is anything you give attention to gets fed, gets energized. Anything you give attention to, you tend to zoom in on it in terms of energy. So there's another, we talked about sort of fantasy or suggestion as a navigating tool in reality, and focus is another navigating tool. It's the same navigating tool, really. Suggestion uses semantics as a focusing tool. Like if someone suggests something, it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in your experience. But that's actually because you're focusing on what you think the word it is. And anything you focus on, you're feeding it, you're making it more real, you're making it more important, you're going towards it. So if you're focusing on a problem, you're actually going towards it. You're actually feeding it. So the way to solve a problem, the way to get away from something is to not focus on it. And getting away from it is oriented towards it, which is focusing on it. But the best is always just feel the fullness, because by that one thing does everything. It spontaneously solves all problems and eliminates them as problems and reorients you towards the completeness that you are. And also reorients you outside of interpretive frameworks, because this presence as it actually is intrinsically beyond interpretive framework, and obviously so. So just noticing that is like the magic that does everything. That one engagement solves all problems, to the extent that they can be solved.
Freaking amazing.
Yeah, freaking amazing. No, I'm just so staggered, I'm really pleased to present this in what I call Yoga of Radiant Presence, this approach, because it's so simple, so obvious, it's so powerful. It's profoundly powerful, and it's not pretend. It's not like a spiritual game of let's all be spiritual, let's all be, whatever, let's all be compassionate, let's all be, it's like, hey, this is the real thing, this is really here, and simply feeling that fact as it is, bang, magic. God, what could be simpler?
There's a kind of a 360 that happens at the beginning. The miracle is that there's a miracle to be seen.
Yeah.
And then at the end, the miracle is that seemingly it can seem like there's not.
Yeah, it's just
how is this missed? Something like that.
Yeah.
That becomes more astounding than
Absolutely. Yeah. That we can seem to have spent so much of our life not seeing this.
Right.
How can that possibly happen?
Right.
There's nothing else to see. We've never been seeing anything else all our lives, and yet we've missed it.
Right. That's a miracle.
How does that happen? How could that happen? It's dizzying.
Really thick sunglasses, blinders.
What do you say about like manifestation? Like the city powers.
Sure, that's for real. Cities are real, but they're not particularly important.
Right, but how does that work in with like the yoga radiant presence?
Well,
And
it's an aspect of the radiance. As one begins to engage with this, with the radiance as it is, all sorts of shifts happen in one's orientation and one's functioning and one's sense of self. And some of these shifts can look like the appearance of relatively new or previously unacknowledged modes of engagement, like psychic phenomena. You might discover that you can read people's minds to some extent. You might discover you can foretell the future to some. I mean, whatever. It's unpredictable, and these things happen, if at all, very differently for different people. It depends on your individual nature, your energy system, your talents, let's call it. And what might look like manifestation, or let's call it magically navigating circumstances, finding things lining up nicely for you, irrationally and beyond cause and effect, let's call it, can certainly happen, and I would say most certainly will happen to some extent for anyone that engages with this. And this is because it's part of the way the radiance already is functioning. So it's not so much the development of a new power as the noticing of a mode that has always been happening but is previously unacknowledged. And when you notice these things, then you can also dance with them, be with them more effectively, because you kind of tune into what it really is rather than stumbling around with it stupidly, which is what we do when we don't know, when we aren't being with it clearly.
So is it then more like your energy playing with it and making something happen or appearing then? Some people will say like, oh, it's a thought, like the thought creates the energy.
All of that is too simple. It's not like that at all. You can't say what it is and how it works.
Right.
It's more like how.
These like the powers, like some of them are intentional. It would be like.
It's not intentional like that. It's not like you think of it or you decide to do it or you want to do it. It's more like it's like moving your hand. See, I can move my hand. You can move your hand, right?
Yeah.
And you don't know. It's just something you do. You don't do it by, I'm having the thought, I'm having the intention. That's like too much. It's not really like that. You just do it. Because you know how to do it. You feel it, and you feel that you can do it, and so you do it. And so it's kind of like that. It's like the way you engage with life. You feel it, and you feel you can do it, so you do it. And it's not, there's no process or intention or visualization or anything like that. It's something you sort of feel to do. It's like driving in traffic. You just sort of feel how to do it, and you do it. And if you feel it well, you do it well. And so, but it can be really amazing. I mean, you can have things that are seemingly miraculous happen. It's like synchronicity.
I just wonder, I mean, I guess you can't say what it is, but like, say someone with that power says they're going to make bread in their hand, like what, is it, it's not their words, it's not their thoughts, it's something makes it specifically bread and not like a tissue. You know what I mean?
Yes. First of all, those kinds of things can happen, believe it or not. But they don't happen by any process. They happen because they can happen. And if someone does something like that, actually does something like that, then they have the ability to do something like that. And they probably can't tell you how they do it any more than you can say how you move your hand. But there's no limit to, all these kinds of functioning that people would consider miraculous or beyond science or something. There's no limit to what could happen in that regard. On the other hand, most people don't develop particularly spectacular powers, cities. But I would say everyone has any success whatsoever in the yoga will notice development of certain areas that will show up for them. And again, this depends upon your temperament and your nature, which is not something you have any control over. It's like someone who has musical talent or someone who has the skill of moving their body to be a dancer or something. Anyone can learn that, but not everyone's going to be great at it, right? You got to have it in you, and it's a similar kind of thing. But the important point is these things aren't important in themselves; they're side effects. And if anyone orients them to as important, then that's just a distraction that's going to get in the way and ultimately become a problem.
Because again, ultimately, it's all city. Like what's not
exactly. It's all city, and fixating on something as being special, again, it's an interpretive framework, and right away you're cutting yourself off from reality. You're cutting yourself off from the fullness. Everything is special. Nothing is more special than anything else. Sure, miracles are special, but sitting in this chair having this conversation is a complete miracle. How could this be appearing? This is a complete miracle. This whole house is being put here. You're being put there. I'm being put here. And we're having this conversation. What's doing it? We take it for granted and say, oh, it's just here. It's not a miracle. It's just here. It's just real. It's like, yeah, it is real. And it's what's putting it here is exactly the same thing that puts knowing the future here, that puts, being able to walk on water here. No difference whatsoever. It really is no difference. Normalcy is completely miraculous. And anything that you think of as abnormal is the same miracle, just looking in a way that you're not used to seeing. It's really true. It's really, really true. And that it is miraculous is the point, not playing off one miraculous against another miraculous. The miraculousness of specialness is not more miraculous than the miraculousness of normalcy. Normalcy is completely and utterly miraculous. That this is happening at all is absolutely inconceivable. How could this happen? How could space and time appear? I mean, what the fuck is up with that? How's this happening? How is this happening? Oh, there was a big bang 5 billion years ago. It's like, out of nothing there was an explosion. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? How can that happen?
Makes the loaf of bread and the tissue pale.
Yeah. It's like, wake up and smell the weirdness, Okay, here we are. We're standing on a big ass huge sphere that's floating in nothingness.
Okay.
What kind of drugs you taking?
Tell me. Somebody tell me about that. I mean, Jesus. This big sphere floating in nothingness with nothing holding it up. And the whole world is like on that. Think about it's just normal, it's the world, it's just normal. What does that even mean? I mean, could it possibly be any weirder? I'm not kidding. I mean, look at this.
So Peter, what do you say? What do you have to say about things like and all the injustice and the wars and just the terrible things? And then some people talk about there's going to be a planetary shift and this and that and level of consciousness. Really, it's all just it is what it is.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, and all this stuff is happening, and no one knows what the context is. I mean, no one likes pain. No one likes pain. Everyone likes pleasure. Most people don't like fighting. Well, maybe some people do. Most people would prefer harmony or something, maybe. But so what? What you prefer? You can't know what pain is. You can't know the purpose of pain or the functioning of pain. Obviously, reality likes pain, or it wouldn't have made it. So, again, we typically approach these things from within a human framework, and we think, why is there suffering? Why is there pain? Well, from a human point of view, it's suffering and pain. Maybe from some other point of view, it's a necessary functioning, energy functioning, that's something that has some advantage to being that way.
Nobody's exploding.
Huh?
Nobody's exploding.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of incredibly turbulent functioning, energy functioning in reality. And the idea that that's not supposed to be happening, it's all supposed to be smooth and even. Smooth and even basically would ultimately mean nothing whatsoever is happening. It would be like zero, like just space or something, right? So for any event to happen, there has to be turbulence, and turbulence can look like conflict. It can look like chaos. It can look like,
But that's each an interpretive framework.
Exactly.
Just that.
Yeah, pain is an energy phenomenon, and you can't say what it is ultimately.
But isn't it being created?
No more or less than anything else is being created.
Right.
It's a phenomenon. How do phenomena work? Where do phenomena come from? I mean, this is what we're looking at. Why are things the way they are? Like, suppose humans are doing all this stuff. Why? Why do humans do this stuff? Why are humans humans? Why do humans have the inclinations they do? Why do they have the motivations they do? Where does it come from? What's it made of? And right away it takes you right back to the radiance. And where does human nature come from? Humans didn't make human nature. I didn't decide to be a human being. It's not like I sat up in some whatever and said, "Oh, let me create a human being, and I'm going to be a human being. I'm going to be this jerk, this jerk with all these absurd desires and pettiness and stupidity. Boy, what fun that'll be!" It's just humans are just like that, And why? Why is it like that? Well, again, that gets down to why are any of the patterns the way they are? And it's an unanswerable question. It's the nature of the radiance that it happens to be that way. And we can get all sorts of theories about, the divine purpose or the long-range trajectory of the unfoldment of energy patterns in the universe is working towards something that needs to go through certain phases. Who knows? But that's all just bullshit. I mean, that's all just, speculation. The fact of the matter is, it is the way it is. And another fact of the matter is, it's impossible to say exactly how it is, even as it's being what it is, and it's impossible to say even that it is the way it is, because it's infinite, it's more than that. When you look at anything, you discover it's vastly more than you may think it is. So let's look at a war. Okay, war is bad. War, people are killing each other, people are getting hurt, people are getting killed. A war, let's say you take a year in Afghanistan last year, let's say. So how many people were involved in the war? The war consists of each one of their individual experience. Did they all have the same experience? No. Did they all have completely and utterly different experiences? Yes. Was anyone ever laughing or singing last year in Afghanistan? Yes. Was anyone shooting at each other last year in Afghanistan? Yes. Did everyone get shot last year in Afghanistan? No. So it's this. What we say is a war, and we suppose it's a unified thing, and we say it's bad, consists of a universe of individual experiences which are all completely and utterly different than each other. I mean, this is why we have wars, politically speaking. I mean, in the United States we spend, 90% of our budget or whatever on the military. Why? Because the guys that own the military are making a shitload of money, so they're happy as a pig in shit. They love war. Their experience is war is great. Bring it on. I'm rolling in it here. Whereas the guy that's out in the field getting shot at might have a difference of opinion. Maybe not. Maybe he likes the thrill of it. Maybe it's like, war is great. God, I never lived until I got to the front and got to be dodging bullets. It's so exciting. I just never felt such adrenaline. It's great. So, we generalize again that, war is something and we know what it is, but it's not. You can't generalize what anything is because it's too fragmented. It has too many aspects. It's not unified. It's not coherent. No situation is actually coherent. Period. That was a bit of a rant, wasn't it?
It's late Sunday. We're speechless.
If only I was speechless.
You can make the same similar arguments and statements and introspections about what supposedly are happy incidents too.
Sure, anything.
So,
Yeah. Every and any situation is completely incoherent.
It would be like if you didn't know what childbirth was at all, and you rounded some, street corner, and you saw full-blown, blood and screaming and pain, and
Sure.
later they described that was the most beautiful thing that ever happened.
Absolutely. Sure. Experience can be intense, and intensity is not necessarily bad. It's intense, but it's not necessarily bad. Experience is weirder than that. Good and bad is real simple qualifications. Experience is multidimensional and rich and complex.
I just watched this episode of Vice, the documentary series, and it was so depressing about PTSD vets who are over-medicated and some of them are heroin addicts. And at the end of it, I was just crying because it was just so painful and awful. But there's also just something very profound about it, and that this one guy ended up dying, but it's there's something ineffable, some kind of purpose that's just so ineffable and so profound. It's right there in the midst of just shittiness. Yeah.
Everything. The flow of reality is astounding, and it has no boundaries. There's nothing that it can or can't look like. You think that the worst human atrocities you know of is as bad as it can get. You haven't even scratched the surface, and you think that the best things you can imagine are as good as it can get. You haven't even scratched the surface. It can look like anything. But even when it looks like something, it is infinite. It is not locked into being a simple condition that is just one way or just another way. Everything is simultaneously every way all at once. Anyway, we're kind of getting a feel. The main thing to remember is that the only thing that matters is your experience. And your experience is right here, right now. And feeling what it is will open into what it actually is, open your awareness of it to what it actually is, which will reveal itself as an astounding, inconceivable richness and freedom. It's available. And just paying attention to that is the whole show. And then if you want to save the world or improve your sanity or anything else, that's your business, but you'll be doing it with a smile on your face. Why don't we stop on that note? I think that's a nice closing point. Hopefully you've forgotten the message. I've hit you over the head enough times with it this weekend, that this simple fact of the presence of your experience is the whole thing. It's right here. Feel it, explore it, discover its amazingness, and you'll get to enjoy that. Nothing else to say, though. So thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
And I have...
At some point, this video, at least of day one, will emerge. I'm not sure how or where or anything like that.
Yeah, this video, the video of day one will emerge. Audio of all this will be available online on my website. Audio of all my talks is always available in case you're interested in more of this stuff. I also do a twice monthly web conference online. It's for free. You just sign up for it, and then you can join in. And basically, it's a little deal where you through a computer or even actually through your phone, you can. I'll be there, and other people will be there, and it'll be a discussion kind of like we're having here. But you don't need to go anywhere. You can do it in your underwear in your kitchen or whatever. I mean, mind you, you can come here in your underwear, as far as I'm concerned. But that's a done deal. So that happens, and that's all. Information about that is also on the website. If you're interested in looking into that, you feel free to avail yourself. But anyway, thanks very much for coming. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you.